Give me the signal.
Give them the high side.
All right, it looks like we are up and running. Okay. We are resuming and technically beginning a new meeting today. We're running a couple minutes behind schedule. Appreciate everybody's patience. I know when we parted ways yesterday, the plan was to have a discussion with engineering and development, which we will do, but we had another quick item that we needed to address first. Our county clerk has, what is it you've got? Heidi, you've got the floor. Something we need to do.
We have our annual archive plan for the Archive and Preservation Fund.
Okay,
It's just a requirement that this be presented as part of the budget process.
okay,
I don't foresee any changes in it. We have it already established in a multi-year payment plan. In 2027, we're scheduled to pay on $145,000. $90,000 comes strictly from Fund 119, which is the archive fund. And then $55,000 comes from Fund 120, which is the record management fund. So none of it comes from the general fund. It's all monies collected specifically for this purpose only, and that's to restore.
Madison, what page is that on?
It's Fund 119.
119?
On page 226.
And this is what allows us to have the restoration of the historical records done, putting them in binders, making sure that there's a stop on the decay of any papers. Once we finish the books, we'll start looking into what we have in our shucks and things. That will bring us into probably about 2028. And at that time, I know that we've gotten several more vendors available. So I'll be looking forward to working with Adrian at that point to get some RFQs and RFPs on that. Because I think we'll have more to choose from, and so hopefully we'll have a selection of competitive bids on it.
okay. Well, and this is especially important too, because we've got archival records going back to, is it 1836 or a little bit more?
I've seen
I think it's a
1800s.
little later than that because some of the initial records for Victoria County were actually done in the Goliad City records because that is where the county seat was at one point in time at the very beginning.
Wow, interesting.
Thank God we're not there.
And it
Okay.
took a while to find that, but we did finally locate those.
Okay.
But the ones that we have, yes, it does go back from there. We have the oldest probates that we have that are in shucks, and those will take some specific types of handling to where they're specialized with documents that could disintegrate. So the importance is there to be able to preserve historical documents.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. So the long and short of it is, this is a dedicated funding mechanism specifically for preservation of archival documents, and every year it takes renewing, I guess, the planned revenues and expenditures for that.
Reevaluating, because once we do finally finish the project, and I'm not sure how long that will take in all honesty, because as we progress in years, then that historical period also expands. But once we're finished with the project, we will stop collecting those fees. They will no
But
longer be charged.
Realistically, this several years, I mean, what, 3 to 5 years?
I would say at least 5 years,
Okay.
possibly 7.
Okay. Okay. Now, I know this is supposed to be done as part of the budget process. Of course, we didn't have a specific agenda item for this. Would it work to have this specifically listed on our agenda Monday for approval?
We can, I just needed to make sure it was presented within this open hearing.
Okay, okay. Well, you have done that, and any questions for Heidi on this? We've visited about this before up here. I guess
No
nothing.
questions. Seems like you have it all in order. I do
Yes, you
appreciate
do.
that.
Thank you,
Okay.
Heidi.
Thank you
Thank
so
y'all very
much.
much. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate y'all letting me scoot in here real quick.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you. Madison, or Cameron, if you're watching online, we need this on Monday's agenda as a specific item to approve.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
You have one?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay,
Okay.
I was gonna give you mine.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Heidi. As we discussed yesterday, one of the initial and first things this morning was a visit with our county engineer and project manager. I think you're apprised of what the discussions have been. Avery, obviously, there is contemplation of moving our facilities department under your purview, specifically eliminating the currently vacant role of facilities director, which would give us over $100,000 in cost savings, and then move that operation under your purview, which has different implications. That is a restructuring of sorts, and I know that the court wanted to make sure that
We want to get you.
we're not missing anything.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, we want that to work, be successful in the long term. Of course, you've got a lot of other stuff on your plate, to say the least, so thumbs up or thumbs down on your end?
Short answer, thumbs up. The idea behind our project manager as a reclassification of the assistant county engineer position is that individual person is dealing with all of our internal county projects, be they capital improvement projects similar to the CO bond series of projects that we have currently under the purview of the CO bond steering committee, or larger grant-funded projects that were legislative appropriations a la the mental health hospital. And so one of the things that I'm very cognizant of is the fact that those projects by about 2028 will be closed out with the mental health hospital, will be closed out with this series of CO bonds. And so that workload for that particular individual drops off pretty substantially to whatever major facilities work is going on that particular year. Or one of the items that we wrote into the job description when it was originally posted was collaborative efforts with both the facilities director and director of engineering and development to perform county-wide facilities condition assessments. And the purpose of those were to revamp John's original effort back in 2023, but to go into a deeper dive at a granular level. Say, for example, in this building, we want to know in the 1967 courthouse, down to every single air handler, what the make, model, serial number, last PM was, estimated life cycle, and replacement timeline. And we do that for every single asset that's within one of our buildings.
So you're talking about something akin to asset tagging? Because I know there's some companies that have that
Correct.
where you can, okay, good.
Yes, sir. And I was
We do
part of
that
it.
now.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we tag assets now.
We do asset tagging. This is essentially marrying the asset
Of
tags
course,
that we
not
have.
within our deep infrastructure like air handlers.
We do it on assets.
Well, I know we have the well, maybe Michelle can set me straight on this. I know anything above $1,000,
Yeah.
computers, laptops, radios, that's
So it's basically everything.
tagged. But chillers and air handlers and
Well, they should.
furnaces, that's
We,
not,
we would be marrying those two systems together.
which is
So-
not currently done.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we just have separate physical assets that depreciate, but I don't know if we go into an individual equipment schedule. I'm not aware of any equipment
Okay.
schedule that exists right now.
Yeah, well, we see where you're heading with that, and that
Absolutely.
makes sense.
Well, and the idea, Judge, is to be able to provide court with information looking 15 years in the future. Hey, what do we need to be putting away every year so that at the end of that 15 years, we have funds available to replace major infrastructure items? That way, not everything is reactive, and at the last minute, hey, can we please have some money to fix this? It's failed, and it's critical to make sure that, we have HVAC in this building.
Yeah.
So we want to get ahead of that. We want to have a good idea of where that is headed. That was a primary job description function for the project manager. So I see a lot of like functionality between the project manager and additional facilities projects. Here in the short term, over the next 3 years with the CO bond projects that we have going on, there was going to be collaborative effort between the then facilities director and our now project manager. Obviously, with that structure potentially changing, I think a lot of the same functions are still there. And with strong staff and strong management, I think we can continue to bring those functions into our office. It's kind of my general high-level take. That being said, when we did originally classify the project manager position, it did not have any supervisory responsibilities. And if court would decide to put facilities under the department reporting through the project manager, that position would need to be reclassified to incorporate those supervisory responsibilities.
Well, that certainly makes sense. Now, the number of FTEs that would be moving,
When we had last discussed, Judge, I believe it was 5. That includes the maintenance supervisor, some additional techs, and then there was a clarification. I think one of those 5 positions was actually potentially in the custodial.
okay. Of course,
range.
custodial, absent any change, would move also.
Correct.
Okay, so it's more
And-
than,
And that, I'm not sure the exact number of FTEs
Okay.
on that side, just on the maintenance side.
okay. Can someone take a look at that just to see? Yeah, because the majority would be on the custodial side as far as the number of FTEs. That makes sense to me, this,
It does too. Me as well.
It makes sense to me, judges, if he chooses the right person to manage all that, it'll work. And it does save money.
And the idea, Judge, too, is originally, it was proposed as a cost savings idea, identifying a position that had like functionality. Hey, can we absorb some of that cost and assist general fund with balancing the budget by not needing that extra position? I would be entirely remiss if not saying, hey, in a year, let's take a look back at how we managed facilities and custodial. And if it's the desire of the court at that time to appoint it as its own separate director, then I would be more than happy to have that conversation and to make that happen. We do want to make sure that custodial and facilities only improves. We don't want to take steps back. And so if it looks like it's going in that direction, we can reevaluate it.
We can definitely revisit it. I think that's prudent. But what you were saying is the duties would drop off around 2028 or after, correct?
Correct.
for that one position.
For the one project manager. Yes, sir.
But in that thought right there, Commissioner, discussing this with Avery, and this was just my opinion with Commissioner Sexton in there, was that the person that's coming in, whoever he chooses to bring in there, that expectation would be that they're taking on extra duties.
Correct.
Okay? That they're not going to come here thinking we're just going to take care of CO bonds and PM stuff, but you're going to take everything that facilities is doing right now. If it changes in the course of that, we'll adjust those as
Yeah,
needed.
you adjust on the fly, but when you come in, you're going to be doing this plus this. This
Correct.
Clear expectation.
Okay. Of course, to be clear, we're crafting this in the 2027 budget, but this is something that would take effect now, given that that director role is vacant, and something needs to happen there. So we would-
That's what we agreed with Avery a month or so ago, that those positions could be posted and he could go ahead and hire them.
Oh, the two we created earlier, yeah, that's right.
Those have been posted, Judge, and we've received 2 applicants to date so far for the project manager position.
Okay.
And then a single applicant for the precinct project manager position.
Okay,
Judge, just for clarification, there are 15 positions outside of the facilities manager position within the facilities
Okay.
department.
so this would, okay,
And I would ask Avery to not lose sight of cross-training those 2 PMs to help each other.
Absolutely. I've made it very clear with our department and the new folks that we've onboarded that across the department, we have people that are primarily responsible for certain tasks.
Right.
But the expectation is that people are involved in everything, even if it's not directly in that line of responsibility, so that when somebody is out, that ball doesn't get dropped. We have folks that have an awareness of what else is going
Well,
on.
yeah. I think it's a good, I try to do that myself. I try to cross-train everybody. That way, process may slow a little bit, but it's going to keep moving until the other person gets back. You know, at least you have somebody that can step in. So, all right.
okay.
Going back to this facilities with you, there's a structure in there. There's going to be several changes that are going to have to be made. I don't know how that's going to work yet with HR and with payroll, but this isn't going to be an easy change as it's coming out to sound like. There's still a lot more to discuss.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And that's fully understood. I think part of this too is taking a step back and using this opportunity and restructuring to evaluate and implement certain processes
Right.
to keep that department as programmatic as possible. Hey, we're going to be doing these things. Here's what that schedule looks like. And that is going to take probably a few months to implement.
Yeah.
And get off the ground and running. So I'm prepared for some initial resistance in that change. Nobody likes to change, what
Right.
they're doing. And so that I absolutely agree with you, Commissioner, is going to be a continued discussion on how best to
Management's going to have
organize.
to be some structure done,
Yes, sir.
restructured.
Okay, well, I think this is the right route to go. And not just because of the $100,000 savings that is crafted into this budget to help make it balanced. This makes sense. And there's already been a close
I agree.
collaboration between the two departments. Makes sense to me, and certainly Commissioner Sexton is right. There are the mechanics of the transfer, GL codes, all of that goes into it, but I think as a on-the-ground structure, I think this works just fine, and it'll work just fine. And I've got confidence in you, Avery, to make it happen, so.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
All right.
So in general, do y'all have an amended version of our budget on the, okay, let's see here, good. I haven't seen what. we have. I
Amended
just have
since
the-
when?
The draft version from our original budget request.
What page?
Okay, is this
Was
what
that-
I have, Madison, in front of me? Okay.
I have the previous version from our budget request. I just want to make sure that we've
What page is that?
talked about a few items.
This is on page 185 in each of your budget packets. And yes, Avery, this should include everything that was listed within your budget request,
Were
in
there-
addition to the added positions.
Perfect. Were there any changes from the proposed numbers
No.
from the budget request? Okay, good.
Of course,
So I
this
can-
does not include a contemplated reclassification of the project manager.
Correct.
Since that has not yet
Correct.
happened. Okay.
Just so you guys know, I pulled up my reclassification system. And while it does increase the score itself, it's still graded in the range that we have previously proposed in reclassifications. So it wouldn't necessarily necessitate a change in grade. It would be still the same grade that it's in. It just pushes that a little bit further in the range.
Okay, so the
grade range.
15 new FTEs does not include a grade change?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Interesting.
that should probably be something, though, we contemplate
Yeah.
what amount is paid within that range, because
Yeah.
that is a significant addition of responsibilities. But in any case, okay. What other questions or concerns from yesterday did we have on this change?
I think we discussed it.
Okay, I like the idea.
I do too.
So, Judge, one of the main things that I wanted to bring up in this conversation with y'all is the precinct project and GIS manager.
Yes, that was one of them we had some discussion on,
Yes,
the
sir.
cost share.
So part of that is the cost sharing salary breakdown, but then also responsibilities. I wanted to make sure that I was aligned with all of you on what some of the proposed goals were moving forward with this position, and if those needed to adjust, that we can go ahead and adjust those. So firstly, the salary, as was originally intended with this position, it serves each of the precinct commissioners with specifically precinct project management. So looking at things like TxDOT off-system bridge replacement projects, grant-funded projects like CDBG, or the MITMOD specifically, or CDBG funding used for water control improvement district, miscellaneous drainage or road complaints, things like that. They're overseeing the daily operations of all of those projects as they happen, and providing support to the road and bridge managers. One of the goals of this position was to also assist the road crew in creating more of a structured cycle of projects so that we can forecast and essentially run the road crew as if it was an internal contractor and fully accounting for the costs that it takes for us to build, say, a mile of road. And that way, when we essentially bid with ourselves internally, we have a true representation of cost of what it costs us to make this mile of road happen versus what it might cost for an external contractor to bid us. Say we have multiple road contractors in Victoria County that have done work for us. If they are particularly light on work, they may bid under what it costs us to maintain or to do that same project. And so I want to make sure that we have a process in place moving forward as one of the things that I'd like to implement where we are truly ensuring the taxpayers getting the best value for their dollar, that we're evaluating what it costs for us to do it, and we see what a general contractor is going to cost, a road contractor is going to cost for us to do the same equivalent road cross-section. So there would be more additional oversight of the road crew with our project manager in this case. In addition to that, as we do new road constructions, we would be collecting additional GIS data. That's the GIS manager portion of that role. It's really a separate set of responsibilities, but the idea is that they would support gathering additional GIS data and then managing the collection of that data in software to start creating our own GIS databases. Those could be for things like cross pipes, flow line elevations, condition, material, date of last placement, things like that, to where we have a better understanding of the assets in each precinct that are in the field. Another good example of that is a sign inventory. So, for example, we have stop signs, street signs, speed limit signs all across the county. If we had a major windstorm event, hurricane, and we lost all of those, how do we know where to put them back? And this would be a tool that would provide that answer. We would know with precise GPS coordinates exactly where every sign is in the county. That's the end goal. And this position is going to help us to get there.
Avery, I know this goes back to like what Commissioner Martin and I were talking about earlier about purchasing this software program from this QWorks
Yes, sir.
that we're wanting to set up. How long is it going to take one person to get this set up for over 500 miles of road?
So the goal is that this individual is going to work with the precincts to figure out how we can best collect that data, recommend additional options for data collection. There are units that are relatively low cost that we could use to get the same horizontal position data if we don't care about vertical position. So for the signs, it'd be perfect for that.
Certainly. Right.
And moving forward, we would have the equipment to be able to train each of the precinct crews on how to collect these things as they're going about their daily tasks anyways. So as y'all add new driveways, as we replace new cross pipe, we're going to be gathering that data, in which case it would take more time to fully be built out. That is something that we would need to weigh against software or a third party if they were to say come out and do either a roadside scan using LiDAR mounted to a truck, or if it's camera and using an AI assessment tool. There are options out there. They just vary in cost. And so this is essentially the lowest cost solution to building out our GIS database. But we could certainly talk about that if an accelerated timeline is the direction.
I guess my
of
thought
work.
was if we had a baseline of everything, then we built off that.
Absolutely.
Avery, the one thing that sticks out with the advantage of having a person in that position, two things that stick out for me. One is corralling us, because I'm as guilty as everybody else, on the number of miles that we're allowed each year, because we start with a number and we end up with this much, okay? So if that falls under your purview, you're the one that's gonna have to argue with each one of us about why or what we need, right?
Yes, sir. And the goal would be to essentially establish a CIP schedule for the road crew, where we agree upon meeting with the commissioners and discuss, hey, here are priorities and roads
Right.
that you've determined. And then knowing the capabilities of the road crew and the time to schedule to complete those things, we have them on, say, this is just proposed, we haven't set anything in stone. It's part of a conversation with y'all that is gonna change and evolve as we discuss and have this person on board. But for proposal's sake, we would look at essentially a 2-year CIP cycle where we have equal roads or projects between all 4 precincts. And then we repeat that so that no matter where you are in an election cycle, we have a capability of getting something done in each precinct. Because I think right now, some of the concern is as we drag on longer than what is a predetermined allotted amount of time for the road crew, that pits y'all against each other. And so the idea is that if you remove road crew to a third party, we're not taking anything away from the precinct-based system,
Right.
but it creates a mediator position, and all of you could just get mad at me.
Fair
I
enough.
love,
that.
I love setting up a CIP. I think that would be great. That way we all know what we're doing, and we kind of already do that in a way, just internally.
Yeah, we do it in
If
each.
if it was, if it was with the, if it was with somebody that was helping coordinate that, that would certainly help.
The second thing, Avery, is we started doing some flights using a drone
Yes, sir.
for drainage
Mhm.
to convince people, because people see something, residents will see something that looks very simple for them to fix without realizing what's upstream and what's downstream. And so doing the flight with the drone, and we bring them into a meeting and show them what we're trying to resolve for them, that's something that I want to go into your department as well.
Absolutely, and that is reflected in the current job description for that role. We're requiring that they become certified to be drone pilots within a year of hire. And part of that is exactly as you mentioned, flying the drone for drainage purposes. If we receive a complaint, hey, water is holding, it's been 24 hours, what's going on? Well, we can fly down to, the headwaters of the Guadalupe Sea. Okay, hey, we're backed up all the way to the coastline. But in addition to that, we have all of these road use agreements that we're passing, with,
Existing road conditions.
we want to know what the existing road conditions are. And so having some base level documentation of our roads is an important factor. And similar to how we're planning to do a facilities condition assessment for the buildings for the project manager, the precinct project manager will do the same in assisting the road and bridge managers to establish essentially a road inventory report, but with a condition assessment part of it, using some standard methodologies for determining pavement condition. And we would have that available as well. That
Okay.
is part of the planning documents that are needed to create that CIP cycle.
Okay.
So to be clear, this would take the road crew, the rotating crew,
Yes, sir.
and put them under the purview of the GIS project manager.
Correct. The
Okay,
precinct.
yeah. And for those watching online at home, I know this can sometimes be a bit convoluted, but of course, within our county tax rate, we have our general fund rate, which funds general operations, our debt service rate that funds whatever amount of debt we may have, and then the specific dedicated road and bridge tax that funds road and bridge activities out in the county. Our system that we've used is the precinct system, to where each commissioner has their allocated amount of funds, and they run the show within their precinct, enables them to be a lot more responsive to constituents. Some counties combine it all in what's called the unit system, to where it's combined and it's a single large crew that addresses those needs. One hybrid element we've had is that even under the precinct system, we have the road crew that rotates among them. What this change would do is take that traveling crew and put it under the purview of your department, under this GIS project manager, as just a more efficient way of doing it. And also for those tuning in online, the road and bridge fund that we're estimating for 2027 is about $6.3 million. within the total budget, that dedicated amount, 6.3 million. So, I know I'm restating something everybody here is well aware of, but,
So Judge, one
When
of the
people
things we
ask,
talked
can
about
you-
yesterday is how do we pay for that?
yeah.
I thought about that, and I have a suggestion. I'm all on board with splitting up the cost between the individual precincts. My opinion is that that's based on the same percentages as the road and bridge revenue as it's allocated to us. So if you take those percentages and you divided those up, I think that's the equal cost sharing for each one of the precincts.
Are you talking about equipment, materials, supplies, all that?
No, I'm talking about for paying for the position.
Oh, the pay and the position, okay, because this is kind of getting a little grown out a little bit
No,
here.
it's
Because, I mean, what the folks understand is the precincts, we still pay for all the construction materials, AC 3015, the primer, oil, rock, everything. Each
That'll still-
precinct does.
That will still be per precinct though,
Yeah.
Commissioner,
Yes, sir.
for the
Yeah,
work
that's,
that you're
that's,
doing.
I
Right, I
just,
understand that,
I
so,
just suggest that we use the same math and the same
agree.
percentage,
I'm good.
to pay for that position.
I'm good.
yeah.
Absolutely. No, 100% agree with that,
Very
Commissioner. I think the main
It's
takeaway,
easy.
to add on Judge's excellent explanation of how our system is laid out is that we are not taking anything away from the precinct systems. We're simply inserting an additional level of guidance and structure to the existing system without changing really how it's going to function. But this way, we get a better idea to forecast upcoming projects so that you know how to allocate the precinct funds, because we will go down to a line item level. You know, we will break out material costs by aggregate for the road, by seal coat material, earthwork that needs to happen, down to the equipment and labor level. And so you'll have a much better idea as part of the CIP cycle, what it's going to take to do certain roads based on what they need. So I want to be very clear that we're only adding that guidance and adding some functionality, but otherwise the system remains as it currently stands.
Blast from the past, I know Danny will remember this, when I first came on board, I suggested we switch to the unit system, combine it all, and the feedback from the commissioners was with the precinct system, it allows a much more responsive, able to be a lot more responsive and effective on constituent concerns, projects that they need to jump on, and over the years, I've seen that to be true. With each commissioner having their own crew, it works a lot better. I know in
Yeah.
some communities, the unit system is fine, but this works. I've never really heard any feedback from the public.
I wouldn't want it any other way.
And anecdotally,
I like it
Judge,
the way it is.
I have really enjoyed working with each of the commissioners on our road and bridge and then drainage projects. I think it's a certain level, with the precinct-based system, the advantage is that there's buy-in from each of the commissioners because
Yeah.
they are directly involved in what's going on. And so I'm thinking about this purely from a programmatic perspective. If this position, if I'm not in this position moving forward, I want to ensure that the system and the processes that we've built can be sustainable. And I think the only way that you get sustainable solutions is buy-in from all stakeholders. And so I really love the direction that we're taking this and maintaining the precinct-based system. I think it's fantastic teamwork.
Yep.
I think it's a great
It's like
plan.
a fingerprint, it's unique to us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, are there any tweaks to this proposed budget to effectuate this change, or is this is how it should be?
The-
There is, when he first proposed the idea of would the precincts be favorable in moving forward with the idea of doing this, what Avery proposed that we would hire the GIS person, then we added the PM to it,
Correct.
and that we would split that 5 ways. Okay? So I don't know how all that would take place, what, if it ends up being one of the PMs that we currently have, that commissioner would take 50% of that cost.
And that would yield a split of how many? That,
Well, it's still a split, it's still a salary split by 5 ways,
okay,
right? And then out of that 5, whatever that comes out to, if it's, say it's Mike PM that moves in, because it's gonna be a PM from in
Oh, I see,
here, right?
I see what you said.
Then I still need them over there too. So we split, I take 50% cost on that, of the whole thing,
'Cause you were talking about for a while, like a transition thing.
until he transitions out.
oh,
Remember, I
okay,
was talking about that,
okay.
yeah.
Judge, just for clarity, I believe what Commissioner Garcia is angling towards is that we have only a singular applicant that's internal
Uh-huh,
for this position so far. And so the idea that Commissioner Garcia was proposing is for the short term, as that person would transition into responsibilities,
uh-huh.
that there would be a disproportionate cost
Yeah,
share.
I think I'm with you now.
by
So the
precinct.
effect of this would be that 50% would come out of that precinct's budget, and the other 50% would be split 3 ways for that period of time. Is that what I understand?
It would be less than 25% if you were to, or 20% if you split it 5 ways. But Commissioner Garcia is saying that he would essentially take half of that, since that role is entirely half. And
Okay.
so, let's say the position was budgeted
Okay.
at 90, just for easy math. What he's saying is that he would pay for 45, and then the remaining 45 would be split 4 ways at 25%, until the position transferred entirely to be under its scheduled duties, at which point it would resume 20% even cost share between the 4.
I think I
precincts.
follow you. I guess on the accounting side, we would
Yeah.
just want to make sure this isn't
Needlessly complicated.
unnecessarily.
Well,
yeah.
hang on, instead of the even cost sharing, I want to go back to the road and bridge revenue allocation percentages, and I think that's the, I think that's the
agree with
more
that.
fair way to divide that up, so,
So-
between the precincts.
Yeah, we'll have to get with Michelle and how we do that, work with Avery
Yeah,
and
it's just gonna
Michelle.
take a little math to figure it out.
So in
but-
that scenario, which makes sense, the total cost of this role is borne by the 4 road and bridge precincts. None of
Plus-
it from general fund.
Plus then general fund was the original proposal. Regardless of how that's implemented,
Because we still have
That
to
would be
cover
up
the
to court.
fringe.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I guess it just seems kind of like an awkward arrangement if,
Yeah, it's kind of like a left-handed duck right now until we get everything squared away, but.
We'll sit down with Michelle
Mhm.
and see how that all works out, but I agree with Commissioner Martin on how we split that up.
absolutely. I think that's a great point,
I
Commissioner.
think it's good. It keeps everything.
Absolutely explore that.
okay. Okay, well, so we'll work out the mechanics of that. I know where we're trying to get to with that is definitely where we need to go. What else on this topic do we need to?
That's it. I just needed Avery to come in here and explain why he was proposing that need.
We did not have a salary budgeted for that position for next year. It was graded with a similar job grade, or the exact same job grade as the project manager position. And so that total could be moved down. Judge, your comment earlier about the project manager and the additional responsibilities,
Mhm.
regardless of the position, in either case, when we receive an applicant that we're willing to offer towards,
Mhm.
my preference is that the offer would be commensurate with their level of experience.
Mhm.
And we would evaluate it on an individual case basis,
Mhm.
but within that framework of the job grades.
Okay, so does the budget on the screen allow for that?
Yes, sir, I believe, except in the case that we had somebody towards, the peak of their career, say 15 years of experience, 20 years of experience, the court may wish to offer that person, additional compensation commensurate with that enhanced level of experience.
Okay.
But that would entirely be the purview of the court. But right now, we currently have it zeroed out as a line item for the precinct project in GIS manager. We had a budget amendment passed in court on Monday where we established the GL code for that position, but we did not establish a
That's right.
salary. The
Okay.
job grade is the same as the project manager, and so that, I believe that dollar amount could transfer. County, is
Okay,
that
so it is
The-
correct that
The
that's.
salary was was determined when you approved the position
Right.
itself, which was 42.63 an hour.
Okay, and that salary will be reflected in road and bridge as the expense, not here. So it's correct that
Yes.
that's zeroed out.
Unless there was some percentage cost share from general
Okay.
fund.
Um,
But that may
thought
help out with fringe benefits, in which case, Judge, you're correct, it would be zero.
Okay.
If they were, say, covering fringe
Okay.
benefits.
Well, I guess I would defer to Michelle on the internal and payroll. I mean, that's not
It's already on our
a
budget.
single position split 4 ways, and then the benefits cut. It just seems troublesome, but
Then if
we'll
It
work
might
that
be a
out.
lot easier just to pay it all out of the general fund.
Well,
I
now,
know,
let's
I
not
mean-
get carried away.
I mean, it makes it a lot simpler.
I mean, we need to make it easier.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, we split the road crew 4 ways as far as expenses and equipment. How does that work?
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, I don't see
well,
that being
then
that big of a
we'll
deal.
shoot for that.
yeah,
Sure.
Yeah,
we'll do it.
we all sign on the tickets every
5-way
week.
split.
I can tell you for the road crew, what we do is we take the difference in what the assistant foreman makes, or no, a senior
Nope.
equipment operator makes, and what the road crew foreman makes, and that amount is split between the 4 precincts.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
So kind of what we've been talking about over here is that maybe we put that person in engineering and development.
Okay.
We pay everything out of that department. This is just a suggestion. And then we split the salary 5 ways and do a transfer. Once a year, we'll do a transfer from road and bridge to general fund to cover that portion of the salary.
That makes sense, makes it a lot
I
easier.
think we can still split it the way we do the revenues, if that's what y'all choose.
Let's do that then. It accomplishes the goal of a 5-way split, diminishes the weird accounting, and then, let's do that.
So if we do it 5 ways, what percentage goes to general fund?
It would be, I would say,
So 25%?
well, I think it would be 20%
Yeah,
20%.
so
of
20%
the
of the,
overall all-in cost.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
And
that
then the
makes sense.
remainder
And
is
then
on a
it would be-
percentage basis.
Percentage basis based on,
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
Alright.
I'm with you, that'll
let's
work.
do it. That works.
Okay,
all right.
Okay. Avery, were there other items? I know you were on our list for later today, 4 o'clock to visit with. We kind of sprung this on you. Were there other items relative to your budget or department that you wanted to discuss with us?
Yes, sir. So we had some minor changes under operating expenses. So I think we fully fleshed out the salary and our additional positions, the potential restructure of the organization. Under our training and travel budget, I had increased that by $2,500 based on an increased cost basis. It simply costs more for us to travel to these conferences, and then created a matrix for which employees are traveling to which major conference. A lot of those are tied to ensuring that the positions can get the certifications that are required within, a year or 2 years of hire based on the job descriptions. It was just a minor cost increase. And then under supplies, supplies is difficult for us to forecast right now. We have more employees in the department than we've ever had, and so certain things may end up costing us, additional funds. I put about $1,000 of extra dollars into supplies. As we flesh out these programs, that may need to be adjusted in future budget years. But right now, this is simply looking at and putting a safety factor on, paper, ink, printing consumables in general, pens, paper, that sort of deal. It does not reflect any kind of desired equipment purchase. And then we had kept dues the same. If those change, then that would be a request to change. And then we had added in our furniture and equipment is an increase by $18,000. That was for additional finish out of the conference room for the grants
I
division.
thought we did that this year.
We are going to accomplish.
Okay.
if not all, the majority of the work that was proposed in here.
So Avery, at this time, the full 30 grand is not included in your
Okay.
budget, just because we're going to try to accomplish as much as we can within this budget year. And if there's anything left over, then we'll address that later on.
Sounds good, absolutely. And that reflects the current plan. We have already relocated our grants division to the downstairs space previously occupied by Representative Morrison, or Congresswoman. And then we will simply like to add a door to the conference room so that it can be booked and used by personnel countywide as a secondary meeting space, not just for the sole use of the grants division. So we would like to separate that space. It's currently just an open frame. There is no sound attenuation. Largely, the rest of our IT infrastructure, I've gotten with Matt, and we've been slowly turning over new laptop computers for each of our employees, and then a printer for the downstairs space. We're still working through that. So that, as Madison, as you described, that's exactly what our plan is to move forward. And then we had requested outright 2 vehicles. I just put a number in here for new vehicles. They do not need to be new vehicles, but I do see a need in our department to have 2 vehicles of whatever make and model, provided they have 4-wheel drive. One for general office use as we visit projects, development sites, but then the second for the precinct project manager / GIS manager, because they will be in active construction zones, oftentimes not, on paved surfaces. Personally, I've used our county truck and had to throw it in 4-low about 4 times since I've been here in a year. And so otherwise we would have had to tow me out. And that's visiting, the mental health facility project before those 10 acres were, cleared and grubbed. And it was truly off-road to CDBG MITMOD project site analysis, driving in drainage easements to be able to evaluate project conditions. So there is definitely a need there. Whether those vehicles are new or used or hand-me-down, that is entirely up to court. But I do want to communicate that need in our department. One for the office and then one for that dedicated individual, because I do see that the precinct project / GIS manager is going to be mobile. There'll be some office time, but it's largely going to be field-based, going from precinct project to precinct project. But Judge, that was the last of my points that I'd like to bring up for court's consideration.
Very good, very good. Commissioner Garcia, anything on your end?
No, sir. Avery explained it just like I was hoping he would. Thank you, Avery.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry.
all right. Doesn't look like there is any more questions. And
Thank you.
as I mentioned to the court yesterday, we did have a lot, 10 vehicle requests. They're not built into the budget. The goal in anticipation is that we'll be able to, for the ones we do purchase by this year, if it looks like we have any available funds, any areas of the budget that we underspent, or perhaps next year from fund balance, but it's not built into this budget currently. Not to say it's not going to happen, because I think these are needed vehicles, but just based on the budget we're looking at, it does not have those vehicles in there.
Gotcha.
All right, well, I think that
you,
is
Avery.
it for now.
Appreciate
Avery,
it.
thank you so much.
One of those vehicles is for GIS, the project manager
Yes, sir.
GIS?
Yeah, for the precinct project manager.
Precincts ought to take care of that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Absolutely.
I mean, if
And
it's gonna be for the precincts, we should split it up,
Well,
same percentage.
Right
with-
now,
with
it's not gonna be a problem.
Sir?
Right now, it won't be a problem because that person will be taking that truck.
The same one they're currently using.
Right.
We do have an existing vehicle that's currently out with a bad starter solenoid, but we do have an existing vehicle that would be fine.
Well, that would cut
Yes.
down 9 vehicles on the general fund instead of 10. So
Correct,
point I'm
yes.
trying to make?
We're really requesting only a single additional
Okay.
vehicle. It's just one of the things that we wanted to add to our current existing vehicle, if we were to keep it,
Right.
would be additional lights, so that when we're stopped on a road, that we're compliant with METCD, for traffic control.
There's somebody here that does it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I'm good with that. That makes sense.
I don't have anything additional, Avery.
Thank you, Avery.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's up next, chief?
Okay, I know we have a continuation of some closed session from yesterday, which we will need to address.
Okay.
Although if there's other open session items before that, we ought to tackle that first.
Judge, I'd just like to say something real quick, and good morning to everybody, and all due respect to fellow commissioners and the judge. But after having time to digest the information from yesterday, the first day of our budget workshop, I have to say that I'm not going to be able to support the current draft budget as it's proposed. The main reason behind that is the fact of the increase, the proposed increase from the current tax rate of 38.53 to 39.66. To some, this may seem minimal, but to many of our county residents, this is not the case. This proposed increase, coupled with the passing of the recent VISD bond, which I'm not here to debate the need for that or no need for that. The fact is that the bond passed. You couple that with the proposed increase and the recent appraised values across the county, this will impact all county residents. That being said, it's my responsibility as your elected official to minimize the tax burden for all county taxpayers and residents. And we, the county, have to learn how to and figure out how to live within our means as we expect everybody else to do. That being said, I understand that this will come with some hard decisions. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional discussion on that topic? I know the rate is proposed is the de minimis rate, which is about a penny more than the current rate. Of course, to not do that would be digging into fund balance further or affecting our effort to shore up the insurance fund. So I think what's in front of us is the best way to address those rising costs and challenges, but if there is an alternative suggestion, certainly be open to hearing that.
Well, I think it's just about all of us doing our due diligence
Yeah.
and going through this line by line and figuring out what we can live with and what we can't live with.
Sure. Understood, understood. Okay. Well, the substantive cost drivers here are our insurance fund, the COLA that is proposed. By and large, those make the vast majority of those increases. There are new FTEs, which I know we put on hold last year, but I think we can make it work this year. Although I guess we could proceed however the court wishes to. Okay. I guess what we will do is proceed as planned with the draft in front of us. We can tweak, alter anything that's in there, but I think that it's well put together, and we pulled all the levers, pushed the buttons we needed to make it balanced, and I guess I'm not seeing an alternative that overall would be better. I certainly do see the point there, Commissioner. Yeah, it is a balancing act every year. Since that discussion may need some more time to review, I know we do have some personnel matters. Did you want to undertake that now, Commissioner? Or is that something you just want to visit about further as we go?
Well, that's just something that we can visit about further as we
Okay.
go through and do our diligence going through this. And again, just looking for things that
Yeah.
we can live with and those things that we can't live without.
Yeah, yeah. No, I see where you're coming from, and I don't disagree. The proposed rate is 2.93% over the current rate. There's no, there's no disputing that, but looking at all that we are encountering, had a lot of ground to cover, so we can certainly revisit that further. Aside from our closed session discussion items, was there anything else in open session right now that we needed to review? Okay. Well, then let's do this, 11:07. I think we could probably wrap up our closed session in under an hour. So what we'll do is we'll address that now, have our closed session discussions, then it'll be about lunchtime.
Okay.
And then we can return and resume the rest of our scheduled meetings and discussion and deliberation for the day. So with that, we will go, let me find my agenda. We will go into closed session now for 3 specific items. Number 1, to discuss personnel in various departments. That's 551074. 2, 551072 is to discuss real property. And then thirdly would be a call to our county attorney on attorney-client privilege-related items. That's 551071. We'll go into closed session now for those purposes. too. All right.
Stop it.
All right, we are coming out of our closed session. It's 1:30 PM on the dot, so we are on schedule. We have on our roster for discussion the Juvenile Detention Department. Kelly, you look eager to jump up and
I'm gonna bring Lynette up with me.
He's
today.
ready.
come on.
What page are we on?
I'm gonna start, if it's okay, I'm gonna start with, revenue, if that's okay with y'all. We'll get that out of the way real quick.
Yes. Madison, what page are we on?
217.
217, okay.
Thank you, Danny.
Just put it on the board.
That page 214, Commissioner, is going to be their general fund expenditures, but I'll get you the page number for their revenue shortly.
214?
I think I might have it. Yeah, that's right.
Hold on, let me get there.
214
Oh,
says
yeah.
There it is.
juvenile detention. That's it.
All right.
It starts
Okay.
with salaries. Huh?
Real quick, while y'all are looking, I just want the court to know that this is Kelly's last time.
Oh, yeah.
Doing a budget before he retires.
Oh, wow.
Well, why are
Yeah,
you even,
I'm sorry.
why are you even here then?
I know.
I thought half
Congratulations.
the court might have known, and I didn't know about the other half, so.
When's the
yes,
party?
It's been a pleasure. I don't know, somebody's working on that.
You got to have something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kelly, we-
You'll be missed, Kelly. You will be.
Yeah.
I mean,
Appreciate it. Anyway, it's been a pleasure all these years doing this, so. Appreciate everybody listening all the time.
Thank you.
we'll let the last one go out.
Yeah, well,
No.
so, I
No,
always like
everything.
to start with revenue, because we like to start with the good news before we get to the rest of it. So,
Good
for this
idea.
year, we're trending, these numbers are through July, so we were able to get a 7-month snapshot of the year, where we're trending and where we are. So this year, we look like we're gonna be right around 3.57, and that is what we projected, so we're right on target for that. And as always, that can, go either way, depending on what the last end of the year looks like and what we do with December's revenue and how quick those checks get here. But that's currently what it looks like. So, moving into 27, we anticipate a $30 a day increase on our detention kids from 2 to 2:30, subject to approval by the juvenile board, but I believe that's gonna be taken care of. So taking that into consideration, just for beds alone, this would be beds and not some of our other revenue that we have, projected like 3.65 for 2027. And then the all-in figure for that would be with contract medical and a little bit we get from USDA. It should be closer to about 3.7 by the time it's all said and done for next year.
Wow.
With that increase. That's kind of the way everything's trending. That's what it all looks like it's going to. And Lynette's got her staffing pretty well under control, so as long as everything stays the same, we ought to be in good shape there.
All right.
Any questions on that?
Do you perceive any, like other contracts being picked up from other jurisdictions, other counties?
I'll let Lynette take that one. There's not many people left, I
I
don't
know,
think.
I feel
I
like
was
every
wondering.
week,
Yeah.
last week alone,
I was gonna
there were
say.
some counties that went first time, and I never even heard of one. Wingfoot County maybe, or a couple, so it seems like we are definitely getting some that we haven't had before. I
Okay.
think at this point, counting, like our counties that have multiple counties, we're probably well over 130, 135.
I was gonna say, y'all probably have a lot, just going by
Yeah.
what we approve and
If
we
not
help.
more than that, yeah. So-
Yeah, and there's only, like, I think there's 235 counties in Texas, but only,
254.
but only like, what is it, 168 jurisdictions or something like that.
Ah, okay.
So
Yes.
we're within 30 of having them all.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
oh, wow.
Well, that's good, because I remember a conversation a few years ago, and it was a little different.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all that's worked out.
There's just not that many folks anymore that do what we do, not at
Right.
the level
Right.
we do it at.
Sure.
So,
Yep.
frankly, a lot of things have kind of shifted away from discipline in the field, and
Yeah,
we're about discipline first before
Sure.
everything.
well,
So, and I think people like that. That's
Yeah.
where all those contracts are coming from.
true,
So,
good stuff.
all right. Well, I'll start a little bit different this year with what we are requesting. So overall, our overall request for operating, instead of going line item by line item, which we can certainly do that, or will do that if the court wishes for us to, our total increase for operating is going to be about $29,800. And so the majority of that comes from an increase in the cost of products, whether it be shirts, uniforms,
Right.
paper goods, anything of that nature. So there's 4 or 5 different line items that we looked at that we made increases in. But I can tell you that just about every one of them is due to that fact. The one outlier is gonna be mental health. What we saw with mental health, we have 4 LPCs, there may be 5 by now, but we looked at 4, our main 4, and they each submitted new contracts that had increases in them.
Okay.
So those increases are $7,200 total. Those increases would encompass like individual counseling, group counseling, and things like that.
Okay.
And then the little bit more change that we're putting in there is just gonna be based on what our trends show. But that's the outlier from something that's just tied to products.
Okay.
Salaries, we'll get into that in depth, but that's gonna be a total increase of $82,286. And that's because we are attempting to add 1 FTE along with another part-time individual who will be paid out of PRNs.
Okay.
So that's a total asking price of $111,430 for the year. We do have another little bit of a revenue source in NSLP, which is the National School Lunch Program. That's projected to be about $138,000 for the year, up from about $130,000. But that's kind of as Judge pointed out, that's kind of a wash because Michelle has to move money in and out of there. But that, I just want to make the court aware, there is a revenue line item also in that fund. So that's a good overview. So from there, we will get right into, assuming I can find what I'm looking for, into those increases in salaries. As I talked before, excuse me, the first one's going to be an extra help, which is line item 573-1130. That's got a current budget of $44,000. Our projected will be $67,000. The reason for that $23,000 increase is we have an employee who is retiring in September, who is going to come back part-time after the first of the year. She'll be able to work a minimum amount of hours, I think, because of the Social Security thing. But what we've budgeted is $16.50 an hour at a max of 30 hours a week. And Lynette can expand on how she'll be able to help them, but I think she's gonna work nights or.
Works some nights and weekends, visitation, so we'll be able to allow some of our officers that maybe are empty spots that we have or to take off during the PTO. So the 2 that we have do the same thing, and they're a tremendous help to, for again, staff that maybe call in or an empty spot that we have, and they'll fill in those spots. So that's what she's gonna do.
So she'll,
So does the extra help, it helps officers? I mean, that,
So
she's
we
like,
have one that, again, retired, and he works Monday, Tuesday night. And so in the evening, when our ratio goes down, we're able to send full-time officers home to burn some of their time or whatever. And so he's a tremendous help.
So it's just like plugging and playing PRN
Yes,
people?
Yes, sir.
exactly.
Alright,
And we use PRN, technical term, but just as needed. So
Yeah, as
we're able to
needed,
call
yeah.
in and say, hey, we need someone tonight, 10 to 6 a.m. Can you come in? And
okay,
we're
I think
able to, rather than calling a full-time officer and paying them overtime. or
Understand.
anything. Yeah.
I think it allows Lynette to keep a pretty good eye on her leave.
And that
on her
works
staff's
good, huh?
Leave, her PTO, and a little bit of comp time they may have.
It's always good to have a
And
good
so we're able to use those PRNs at a lower rate and bring them in
Sure.
and earn that time for those higher paid full-time folks.
got you.
So it's a money saver at the
Thank
end
you
of
for
the
that.
day. Yes, sir.
Cool.
So that's what that increase is about. The next line, before we get into it, it really is about an individual. So does that have to go into closed session, or are we able to do that here? We don't have to.
What, was that a reclassification?
Yes, sir. It started as a simple adjustment, but then turned into a reclassification that's pending before the court.
Okay, and do we have that reclassification built in?
Yes, we do have each of the reclassifications that y'all have submitted built into this budget.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's in there. If we need to discuss that in closed session, we'll probably have to wait till,
Well, Judge,
later.
if
Okay.
it's in there, it's up to them to use it.
Sir?
If it's in your budget, it's up to you to use it.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, well, that takes care of that then. And the big ticket item is the position we're attempting to fill, and I'll let Lynette take that one.
Okay. And we're requesting a full-time position, and this position is gonna have a couple of we're wanting a couple of responsibilities. One is to assist with administrative duties, but primarily to help consume the large amount of referrals that we're getting from different counties and probation departments. So we're averaging about, for the last three or 4 months, anywhere from 60 to 68 referrals a month from different counties. This same time last year, we were about 30 referrals a month. So we've seen it progress each month till it is where it's at now, and we don't anticipate that number going down. So the full-time person that we have, a residential and compliance officer, she's the one that reviews all those referrals, and with that amount doubled, we're not able to keep up with it. So we should have a good turnaround time to those probation departments, whether we're gonna accept this juvenile or not, within, 1 or 2 weeks, and we're averaging about 4 weeks right now turnaround. And so we're losing some of those referrals, some of those counties, just because we can't get to them so quick. This is, I just brought an example, this is one referral. And it's important that it's looked at carefully because this is the juvenile's criminal history, their medical history, drug use. So we want to make sure that there's no additional liabilities in here with the juvenile that
No,
we get
it's
if
like
they've got.
me getting a resident from another facility or something like that. I want to know who I'm getting.
Exactly, and surprisingly, sometimes these counties try to sneak things in, like, by the way, she's got a gunshot wound from last week, and, things like that, and so we have to look at it carefully, and so it's time consuming, and so
What's this job title? Which one are we looking at?
it is for the,
It's the
program and
Program and
operational.
operational officer? Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
it's
I wanted to
highlighted
make
and
sure I was
in
looking at
red.
Yes, sir.
It's highlighted and in red, GL code 100-573-1146.
So what are
Thank you
you
for that.
asking that, just to include that as
So-
a duty?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry.
Nothing.
Oh, so we have it
I
at
was
a,
thinking.
we have it at a grade 9 mid-level, salary at $26.05 an hour, which is exactly where our JPOs, are currently at. So this person will be a certified JPO. So again, that's just to, help consume those large amount of referrals that we're getting in so we can maintain and keep up with them.
Well, and I guess too, by converting them faster, you're gonna get more intake, which means you're gonna turn around, it's gonna generate more revenue.
Exactly, and that's the goal. Sometimes they'll send us a referral and they need to answer by next week because this juvenile's going to court. And, we try to rush them through as quickly as possible. We can't.
Who do y'all compete against?
I mean, anybody, there's several other county, or, departments that have residential programs, but, we're just getting a lot. And
Okay,
I don't know if other departments are getting that high, and I think, like Kelly mentioned, we're still, I think, considered one of the more strict ones. And so I think that's one reason why we continue to get so many.
Okay.
All right.
Tracy's
I think we scrutinize our referrals, like that's one kid that she held up right there. So
Yeah.
all that documentation,
Yeah.
psychologicals, everything has to,
Right.
so we're probably losing half a week because the judge doesn't want to wait or the probation department doesn't want to wait.
Yeah, but the thing is, if they don't wanna wait, normally there's a reason for that. That's why you gotta really look at it, so.
Yeah. So, but hopefully that would, if given that position, that'll eliminate some of that.
Okay, so gentlemen, that's about it, unless we want to go line item by line item on the increases in operational.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary.
don't
In the
either.
draft budget that we have in front of us, we do have the reclassification built in, as well as the new FTE that was requested. The salary line items should include, have all the COLAs already added,
Yes, sir.
reflected in the draft budget.
Okay.
I guess the only thing I'm seeing that may be off the extra help line item, I think we had in there the same amount as, can you pull that, 573.11
1130.
It's in there at 67,000.
67. That's it, yeah.
Yeah, right there on
67.
the top run.
Towards the top right, you will see that we currently have budgeted 44,000 in
Okay.
there, but we can make that correction.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's what I was,
You have it under requested as
that's what I was
67.
wondering.
Yes, yes, sir. That's just tracking the department requests, but then to the
okay.
far right, you'll see fiscal year 2027
so
proposed.
we do
I got you.
have sitting in there the same amount as last
Yes.
year, which it sounds like that's $23,000 off.
Yes, sir.
Can you run by us the reason for that increase? You said you had somebody returning?
Yes, sir. We have a assistant supervisor retiring at the end of September, and she's expressed a need or a want to come back in January. So we can allow her to go into part-time position. And so the 30 hours a week, at $16.50 an hour, that's a max. In fact, I just had a conversation with Lynette this morning about it. It's entirely possible she won't approach that 30 hours every week.
Okay.
So, but that's what that's for, to give us a little bit of ability to add another person into there that we can plug in and get those full-time people out of there.
Right, and not have to call in.
Yeah.
And somebody pay.
And not pay
time and a
overtime.
half, Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, well, I guess the reason I ask is that we have 44 sitting in there. To increase that to 67, we'll need to find another 23,000.
yes, sir, and there's currently two people already paid out of that line item. So that'll give us a total of 3, and they all make, correct me if I'm wrong, that 1650,
Yes.
and so,
Okay. And I know I asked this when we originally visited, but the estimated revenue,
yes, sir.
that accounted for the $30 a day increase we're going to implement on Friday?
Yes, sir, it's still sitting right around 100,000. We ran some other numbers on that. It's about 97,000 right now based on current trends. And that would assume everything stays level next year,
Okay,
with total bed nights.
okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. Yeah, all that is pretty straightforward and everything is built in except that extra help. For us to fund that, we'll need to find another 23,000 somewhere, so pencil that in for our two dues.
With that
Okay.
increase, would you see any impact to the overtime budget? Or
Yes, sir. So
would it help reduce that? by some chance, or-
historically, those two line items, we have played those against each other.
Right.
Historically through the years. Just a little history, we got that PRN line item established probably about 14, 15 years ago to help with some of that. And so it's ranged anywhere from, I think it's been as high as 60,000 down to as low as 30, and we've actually been over 100,000 with it. But what it allows us to do is, the main thing is break those people out to get those high balances. Or if, the difference is if we've got a, let's say we've got a line staff makes $20 an hour and we got to call them in and pay them $30 an hour in overtime. If we can get someone in for $16, we feel like we're doing better. Yes, sir. And then, what we can do is that overtime line item, is the PRN line item, looks like it's starting to lag a little bit. Michelle's always allowed us to move money between those two line items, so we kind of play them against each other.
Yeah.
As far as a funding source.
And it's kind of hard to predict
Yeah.
this because hopefully if we keep the staff where we have now, then
Yeah.
we have a little more leeway. But
Sure.
Overtime
Six-
generally comes with turnover, so as long as our turnover stays
Right.
good.
So it's a little hard to
Yeah.
predict that, but, yeah.
Because just as a note, Commissioner, too, it depends on what they're there for, whether or not we will pay overtime. Like, we don't pay overtime just for coming in for training. It's on the floor that we pay it, so we save a little there. We just issue comp time, if they come in on their days off for training or whatever it may be. But if they're actually on the floor in direct care, then they would get paid overtime.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
All right.
Well, this budget's generally fairly, well, it's easier than many since often the increases in extra help and overtime are due to the increased number of paying customers, which also has a positive impact on the revenue. But yeah, if I recall, everything that we wanted to achieve here is in there. It's just that 23 grand we'll have to find. But I think we'll be able to do that.
All right, sir.
And I just want to thank y'all. Y'all do a great job in the diligence in your budget and what you bring to us.
Appreciate
And I
it.
appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You appreciate it.
And
Thank you, sir.
congratulations on your retirement.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
See ya.
Yes, what's the official departure?
Well, December 31st, but I may try to leave somewhere around Thanksgiving, depending on what kind of leave I've got
Really?
left. and
Playing hooky,
so on and so
okay.
forth. Yes. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
There's nothing going on in November except hunting season anyway, so we'll
Well, hey, Commissioner, that's why I'm looking at November 20th is the last date, so right before Thanksgiving.
There we go.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thank you, guys.
Pumpkin and Madison. Is it? Just deer season,
All right.
right?
Kelly, how many years?
30, it was 31 in May, so it'll just be shy of 32.
Congratulations.
Don't want to hang around, make it in 35, just, multiples of 5, or? Yeah.
I said he messed up my succession.
He was born at a very young age, so,
Born at a very young age.
All right, well, we can stay ahead of schedule. Sheriff, are y'all waiting on anyone else, or? Okay. Excellent, excellent. Well, let's go ahead and get rolling. I know we had several questions about some of these positions.
209,
209.
page 209.
2-0. I've got a summary that we printed out that
God, dang.
y'all that hopefully will.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Chief, I got a call this morning, so all good. Thank you.
All right, Sheriff, will you have the floor to tell us what we need to know? I think we'll have some questions about some of the tier changes or some of the paperwork we had gotten, but we'll get to that.
I mean, basically, I know it's a challenging year, so, we're trying to just hold the ground we've got right now. I took the current budget and I did some adjustments within that budget, which is this top section here. Basically, I'm eliminating a records admin position and a civil enforcement sergeant position, and I'm gonna create a lieutenant come January out of that. And then I was able to take a deputy's position in the jail and technically add to it with some of the surplus to create an investigator position. He's been taking on that role for quite some time and needs to be paid accordingly to his investigating work he's doing back there. There's a lot of cases we're picking up out of the jail that normally just kind of went undocumented, and we're not going to do that anymore. So with those, like I said, that's what's already budgeted. With us just adjusting that left a surplus of $33,976. With that middle section, these are some civilian staff that I've been trying to push above midpoint. And instead of coming to the court seeking money to go above midpoint, I've used a portion of that surplus to address those salaries. And then the third section is just 2 line item adjustments. There was a $30,000 increase to uniforms and a $235,000 increase to pharmaceuticals. These psych meds and stuff that we're having to prescribe, they are insanely pricey. And then the bottom set of numbers you're looking at is just the standard tier changes that happen throughout every year. They've got the tier changes as well as the fringe, and it was calculated out at 70,571. So the goal here was to restructure some of these positions up here at the top, use the existing money to benefit some of these positions, but not ask any money from the court on that. Handle everything kind of within our current budget. On the last page, we've talked about this year after year. The very bottom is the amount for our certification pay, and that's through all law enforcement, jail, peace officers. That's currently what the county pays is the $136. And then you'll see our annual rates for the intermediate, advanced, and masters, the $600, $1,200, and $1,800. If you look above where the police department's at, they're at 18, 24, and 3. Obviously, it would be ideal to try to match that benefit. To match that 100%, that cost would be 124, 792. But there's some breakdowns. If we were able to just match it at 25%, an increase, or 50% or 75%. That's, other than the line item changes, those two, and then this increase to the licensing, that's really the only request that would be above and beyond what the budget is.
Sheriff, on a side note, you have the 3.8 in there.
Okay.
What is that?
The numbers we were sent to work with are the current gross salaries. Okay? I realize there's a different, if you break it down into the different pay cycles, I think that equivalated to, with the extra pay cycle last year, that equated out to 3.8%.
Yeah, one difference between what is in the draft budget and what we're looking at here is that the baseline for our calculations were looking at 26 pay periods, not the 27. So in essence, what we have currently sitting in the budget is, for all budgets, the extra pay cycle came out, and then the COLA that we're talking about went back in, and that was a 5% for everyone who did not get the 8% last year, and then 2% for everyone who did get the 8%. So
Okay.
the impact of that would be different than what we're seeing here, just due to the different bases.
And understand that those numbers, that wasn't asking for a 3.8. In our mind, it was calculating 3.8 if that gross, the salary stayed the same, 26 to 27, but because of the shortened pay cycle, on the hourly rate, it showed like a 3.8%.
Right, so
But no new money.
Yeah, and what we would need to figure out is the dollar impact of these requests using the baseline of 26 pay periods plus 2%. Because that would be the budgetary impact year over year, what we'd be looking at. I mean, that's essentially what we're looking for, aren't we, Madison?
So each of the tier changes that were sent over to us were inputted accurately, at least the first round of tier changes that we received. So what we're looking at, Judge, is the civilian salaries that do have that 5%, not the 2%.
Okay.
Because the
Okay.
civilians did not have necessarily tier changes, but there were some that there were requested increases from those.
Right.
So since we were working off of a different baseline than y'all were for those increases, we were going to get y'all's input on how we should approach those
Okay,
increases.
yeah, because we have about 17 civilian
Yes.
positions
Yes.
that are moving within the range.
Yes.
And that's what I did not have a clear understanding of what those amounts were and the dollar impact of that.
I've got 13 positions here. I know there's some other civilian positions we have that we're receiving maybe increases up into the midpoint, which is what everything's been funded at, from what I understand. These right here are the ones that were above and beyond a midpoint.
Okay.
And I was trying to fund those with that surplus. And even with that, there was still $8,300 that is still surplus. Does that follow?
Yes, although the difference would be, the issue would be that the surplus wouldn't be a surplus, given that the 3.9% with the extra pay period didn't automatically stay. In essence, the 27th pay period was about 3%, 3.8%. That fell off, came out, and 2% went back in. So that delta.
Okay, and I wasn't aware of 2% or 5%. We were just going off the baseline number, which to me had the 3.8
Okay.
in it.
Yeah, and we knew there was a difference there. Just eyeballing it, we put in 40 grand as an unallocated bucket of money to achieve what you were pursuing here, Sheriff, the civilian roles. I guess on our end, we just need to make sure that it fits within that amount. Do we have an idea of what that,
So looking at it further over here, Sheriff, this would essentially be a 5% increase to the hourly rate of each of those civilian salaries that were listed there. And looking here, y'all do have in your notes 2% out, I mean, $2 hourly, add $1 hourly, so we can work based off of that.
Well, that would be on top of whatever that 5%.
Okay,
And because that's what I was using the surplus
Okay.
funding for, is
On
to
top
to
of
bust
5%.
them above and beyond.
okay.
so what, do we have an idea of what the net impact would be compared to the draft in front of us, if we were able to do that?
We could figure that out. We don't have that number at this time.
Okay, I guess that would be the critical number we'd need to know. Okay.
We can work on some numbers as well, Judge. I wasn't aware of 2% or 5%. We were going off of the sheets we had that we worked off of.
Yeah, understandable. Okay. Well, we can look into that further, get that exact amount. Like I say, we were estimating 40-ish, but that could be off. I just need to defer to these over here to see what that number shakes out to be. But in essence, it's 13 to 17 non-licensed peace officer positions that are moving up within the range.
Well, some above the range. These 13 would actually be above midpoint.
Above
But I'm
mid-
funding them with the position changes in the admin area. Basically, creating the lieutenant's position, but eliminating the record supervisor and the sergeant that ran that crew. Those funded that lieutenant's position, which would be a new titled position. But it left the 33,000 surplus if you added all those salaries. So with that 33 is where you're gonna see these $2 and $1.50. Those adjustments above what I'm looking at was midpoint. I'm funding that strictly off of that money, so that's not any new money. That's money was allocated to those positions that we adjusted.
Okay. What else will we, Michelle, what will we need to find? I know we need to look at the dollar impact using the baseline of 2%. What else do we not know that we need to know on this? Because this was kind of complicated looking at it originally.
So Gianni's currently working on what that would look like in regards to midpoint or being above the max, so she's calculating that now. But we do, Sheriff, have an unallocated salary line item with about $40,000 in there that we can utilize towards giving those increases for each of those listed, which I know there was more, but after moving some things around, we can utilize that to give some of those increases. We're just working on that here on our end.
Okay.
To see how that would impact the midpoint and the max
Okay.
by moving those individuals 5% plus $2 or 5% plus $1.
Okay, so I guess what that boils down to is if the net impact of pursuing this is 40,000 or less, it's built into the budget. If it's more than 40,000, we'll need to find that additional money if it is to happen.
Judge,
What are you
built
talking,
into
what
the budget,
percentage?
Not counting the surplus, right?
What's that?
That's just the budget, not what his $1 plus $1 or whatever.
No, 'cause you're talking about what's at the bottom, unallocated salary fund, is that what you're?
Correct,
Yeah,
correct.
the 40 grand.
Okay, so you're saying, here's the money, work it out?
Well, we put in a dollar amount that we could find that we thought would come close to this. It still remains to be seen if it will be within 40,000.
Is that on the percentage increase, or is that on these added?
That's on the percentage.
Okay. Okay.
That would be all the civilian increases over and above 2%.
Okay.
So the money that's eliminated from these positions, the newly created lieutenant's position, there's gonna be 33,976 of what the sheriff is calling surplus. That's money that is not being used within salaries. So we're talking about there's a $40,000 that has been created plus 33,976 that the sheriff is saving in salaries.
That's already in his budget, though.
It is, it's currently
Yeah.
in the budget.
The 33 is
So
in my budget.
Right.
I'm just
You're
plugging
just
it in.
shuffling it
It's
around.
not in lieu of, the
Yes.
$40,000 isn't in lieu of.
Yeah.
The 33,976.
Yeah, I think the underlying difference is that that surplus is assuming the 27th pay period stays in as the baseline.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Correct, okay. Yes, but on these additions here, that's strictly just where it was $2, $1.50.
Yeah.
That's on your cycle throughout 27, and then it removed the $25,000 is basically the cost of that, which still leaves about an $8,300 surplus. But as far as in the percentage back, as far as 3.8's not there, but 5 is coming, then
No, two.
2,
2%.
okay.
Well,
It's
No,
5 for
it's
the
civilian.
civilian
okay.
salaries that we're referencing right now. The 2% would
Okay.
be the law enforcement that were included in the
Okay.
8%
Okay.
last year.
Yeah, because, and it is a bit confusing, but overall, and I know where you're coming from on the cost savings, eliminating the position.
We were trying to do, there was this handful of these 13 civilians that we wanted to address their salaries. Without, in my mind, without coming to you for any new dollars. I'm using the surplus for me moving some positions around that left me the almost $34,000. So the changes I made of this one, this amount of dollars, that's what we're using. In my mind, that's where the money's coming from,
Okay.
which is money that's already budgeted.
Yeah, that, I understand where you're coming from there. I guess on the big picture front, the budget overall increased by over $1 million year over year. A lot of it is due to health insurance costs, a lot of things just beyond y'all's control, cost to drivers. But I do see where you're pharmaceuticals. But eliminating just looking at those, that is a surplus. But there's a lot of other expenses that taken together, not a surplus, it's an increase. But I know where we're trying to go. I think we're on the same page with that.
Okay.
With these positions, with these amounts, I know where we're headed. I think we're on the same page there.
Okay.
We just gotta let the number crunchers do their thing. Yeah. Overall, there's no increase in FTEs. It was eliminating one, adding one basically, cutting costs where we could, taking that savings, and then applying it to these proposed increases. All the while that's happening, we've got huge cost drivers that are pushing the overall budget up. So that's where we're at. I think we're on the same page.
The pharmaceuticals, that's a crazy
Yeah,
increase.
that
but
was, that
those-
was like
If it comes down, I know budgets are extremely tight and this and that. If it came down to being able to address some of the certificate pay or meet some of the line items, I'd probably always go with the certificate pay. We'll somehow figure out with the pharmaceuticals just like we are right now. But those are just honest, requests of budgeting of what it's costing us.
Yeah. And aside from the COLA, I know we have the tier pay scale in place. We have about 40 individuals who are moving up those tiers or somewhere around that number.
Yes, sir.
That's even outside of the COLA, that's just within the tiered pay scale.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they've either met it by time or
Gotcha.
training and the requirements that are in place for them to work their way through that tier system.
Okay, yeah, and I may have failed to point that out yesterday, but in the synopsis, we should be cognizant, aside from the COLA, whatever that COLA may be, there's 3 dozen-ish folks moving up the pay scale, even outside the code.
Yeah. Our numbers on that with Fringe was around $70,000 is
Okay.
what she was able to calculate. And those tier changes, we accept them and we change them once a year, but some years it may be 20 people that move up, some years it may be 50 people that move up. It's just,
Yeah.
when we adopted all of that, we set these guidelines in place and kind of left it to the employee to take that initiative to, if you want to further yourself, these are the goals set in place.
Yeah. I know one dynamic of that, Sheriff, is that it has helped recruitment and retention, I believe you were
Absolutely.
saying,
No,
compared to.
everything the court has done has helped us out dramatically. Last year with the 8%, we're almost at about 90% staffed. And
Wow,
that-
that's
awesome.
We've
Yeah.
come a long way.
We were 88, wherever the chief went, we were 88
It
about,
disappeared on you.
what, 2-3 weeks
Over
ago
there.
with T-Cole? And then our staffing was at 88%
Yeah,
with T-Cole, but we're right at 90% right now.
Okay.
I've never,
When the sheriff took over, we were at 73%.
Yeah, I remember those days. That was, yeah. Well,
But
that's good to hear.
the
It's working.
we didn't have a tier plan in place back then, or and then all the help y'all have given us along the ways with addressing that tier system and keeping it alive. So I mean, I'm pretty excited.
Awesome, awesome.
Well, Judge, Sheriff, I did have a question, but I think it's answered. I just want to make sure. I guess I wasn't understanding what you were calling surplus. It's money that you already have in your budget.
Yes, sir.
You're shuffling it around.
Yes, sir.
Allocating it to positions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Creating those positions, or creating that one lieutenant, but eliminating the other two, and then changing one from a deputy to an investigator. That funding is all
Still the
there.
same money.
Yes, sir. It was just, that was what was left over, the surplus. So that's why I tried to I want to address these above midpoint changes with some of these individuals,
Thank
these
you, sir.
civilians, on top of whatever percent the court is looking at.
Yeah, in the draft, we're looking at a 5% for civilians, largely based on the fact that there was no COLA in the current year. We, of course, had the goal of over a 2-year cycle, 2026 and 2027, getting law enforcement up to 10%. I mean, ideally more, but 10% is what it looks like we'll be able to achieve with the new 2%. And then for the others, what's built in is 5% currently, so.
We appreciate that. So,
All right. Well, we certainly appreciate all you do, Sheriff, and the regional training facility is,
looking good. I'm working on some donations. We should have some of the TV monitors up on it this month, should be. VCS is gonna help us out with some of that.
Y'all having something over there in a few days?
Yes, sir. We've got a Stone Garden meeting over there. Then we've had training out there already.
Yeah.
Right now, I think there's Stop the Bleed going on out there. So
Everything
it's-
good with AC finally?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
I think there was a little bit of leak that Charles may have talked to you on, but I
Yeah.
think it was taken care of.
Yeah, as far as I know, everything should be up to par for y'all's
Yes.
deal.
No,
Yes, sir.
yeah, it's it's very nice, and I can only wait for it to, the next
Yeah,
phases
the next
of the
part's
other
gonna be
stuff
even
comes
better,
in line.
yeah.
It'll be great. So
I think it's gonna be a model for a lot of people in the
100%,
state.
it is. Alert was down doing some training with our guys, and that's what they said. You couldn't have a better place. This should be a model. So it's something to be proud of.
Yes, sir.
So.
Thank you.
awesome. Well, I know, was there, I thought I heard someone ask something.
Cell
I know
phone.
we'll need to reach out to your folks, Sheriff, to make
No.
sure we're on the same page. But we'll reach out to your office and, if we have additional questions balancing this out. But, I don't think we have anything else at the moment.
I don't.
Okay.
Okay, awesome.
Well, thank y'all.
Well, thank you,
Thank
Sheriff
you.
Chief, appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
See, asshole. You gave him my number. I ain't calling him.
You're on live.
Nobody hear me.
Okay, so we will work to get those net change numbers, which we'll need to weave into this. In theory, the 3.9 could be done. In reality, though, with the numbers looking the way they are, I think 2% is, we may be able to make that happen. Okay, Madison, Michelle, on y'all's end, you know what we're searching for? Okay. Okay. Really, the determining thing will the impact be 40 grand or less?
Yeah.
And if it's more, then we'll need to put that on our list for, to review further. Okay, it's 2:08, what did we have at 2:30?
So we actually had sheriff scheduled for a full hour, and health department will be back at 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay, so health department's at 3. You know,
Give us a little bit of a recess and get us started early.
I guess we can see. Let's, we'll take a recess, call him.
Yeah.
If he's able to come early, we'll start early. If not, then we'll just
Are you
pick it up
calling
at
him?
3.
Commissioner?
What?
I don't think so.
What happened?
I can call him.
Would
Yes.
we want to knock out IT now since Matt's here?
Well, that certainly works.
Who wanna call?
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Switch it up.
Just go ahead.
I don't know. I
Well,
don't
let's
schedule
keep
anymore.
keep
You
things
have
rolling.
to-
Yes, Matt, if
Make
you're
sure I
ready, let's do
schedule.
that.
I don't know what we're doing.
What's that, Commissioner?
He took my schedule. I'm saying,
Oh.
I don't know what we're doing because he didn't know how to print,
Okay.
so he's using mine. He's saving money.
Oh, we're early, so we were gonna talk.
All right. So Matt is
Matt's here.
starting
so
early.
I'm gonna
Okay, Matt's ready to roll.
Do that.
That's right here.
There's a shock. He already has it on his computer. Yeah. Go figure.
His computer works.
How about your printer? Does it work?
Still working on printers. HP's doing something weird. We've been having
No,
issues
I
with
am
drivers.
I am fixing
Oh, you're
it.
good? Okay, good.
I'm just poking at you. It was partially printer, partially computer.
Okay.
He got it all
And
fixed up.
partially him.
Well, I know HP's been doing some weird stuff. We've been having some issues
No,
all
it
over the
wasn't-
place
it was
with
just-
stuff, so.
Anyway, Bradley, he had to go on the computer and do a bunch of stuff. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Sure.
it.
Yeah, no problem.
Go right ahead, Matt. You've got the floor, sir. Thank you.
All right, so
What page?
I'm mainly going to discuss personnel on my thing. Pretty much everything I put in my normal budget is included in the proposed budget, and it's all software increases, hardware cost increases, stuff that we don't really have a
What
whole lot of
page?
control.
181.
Thank you.
So if you'll go ahead and go to the next one. I just put together a little presentation. Commissioner Garcia came and talked to me about putting together some information to talk to you guys about our staffing and how our department works and kind of some of the stuff we need. So I just put together a little quick overview. We handle technology needs for pretty much every county department and employee, 600 employees, 40 departments, 20-plus locations around the county. Good.
Oh, he's
Next.
got a computer overview, okay.
And then we have approximately 700 computers, 100 servers, 200 printers, 650 phones. You know, you can see the list of just the amount of stuff we deal with. We've had 1,700 help desk calls so far this year, and I believe that was as of last month when I made this presentation. And last year we had 3,200 incoming phone calls that we answered and handled in our office. So, next. This is how we're currently laid out with the 7 positions we have, director and assistant director. I, of course, oversee everything, and the assistant director, I directly oversee the network engineer because we only have the one position in there, and I'm his backup and do a lot of the networking work that he can't cover. Assistant IT director oversees system admins and the computer techs and the help desk, basically, with, of course, in conjunction with me. Next, and then, the 2 red positions, I know a lot of you know we're losing several employees, and that's kind of how a lot of this came about. Was after I created my budget information here, we kind of got the news that we were losing 1 employee, and then shortly after that we were losing a 2nd employee. And so those are the two in red right there, the system admin 1 and 2. This is just a quick overview of what each of our positions does for people that don't know. IT director, I pretty much oversee everything. I'm managing purchasing, contracts, budgets, evaluating technology, managing projects. The highest level technical issues come to me. I maintain the 8 custom applications we use throughout the county, including the job cost, purchase order, the time clock system, various other stuff like that. And I serve as the backup of the network engineer and assist with the networking duties. Assistant IT director, he oversees the help desk and the system admins. He handles the complex and escalated support tickets and just all of the random stuff I pass off to him to take care of that I don't have time to do. Our network engineer manages network infrastructure, phones, Wi-Fi, AV, cabling, fiber optics, and any network-related support tickets. So there is a lot on his plate right now that he has to cover. Our system admin 2, our senior system admin, they manage our server infrastructure, storage, they do security updates. The system admins currently manage cameras and door access, which really isn't in their area. They do new server deployments, upgraded. We do security hardening projects because, you know, you hear stuff on the news about people getting hacked all the time. Security standards change all the time. There's always a new best practice of we need to do it this way, do this that way, turn this off, turn this on. And there's a lot of back-end work that goes into doing that to keep us secure. And our system admin 1 assists with that. They do server maintenance, PC updates, computer deployments, escalated stuff from the help desk. Okay, next. And then our 2 help desk positions, our senior tech handles the more advanced help desk calls, deploys computers, assists the system admins on occasion when they need assistance. And then our computer tech is our kind of lower level tech that handles the more basic help desk calls, assists with deploying computers, running cable, just all kinds of everything. And those are, you know, the 2 main ones that we send out to be the face of the IT department to help people and answer the phones. So like I said, we have 7 positions, and so we've had the same number of technical positions, those 7 positions, since 2014. That's 12 years we've had no additional technical positions. We actually had 8 positions. At one point, we had a clerk admin assistant, but that was removed in 2018 when she retired, and then it was a tight budget year, so we lost that position. So we've been operating with 7 since 2018. And we've occasionally been using an extra help position. We had an employee that retired that was looking for a little bit of side work, willing to come back in occasionally, and that's been a big help lately with the open positions and turnovers, just to help keep us caught up. So, next. And so the problems we're facing with staffing, we have high turnover. We've lost now 6 employees in the last 2 years. The majority of them are getting better offers elsewhere, mostly in the private sector. And because we've had so many of these newer employees turning over, we're not building up the institutional knowledge that we have had in the past. In the past, a lot of our employees have been long tenured, you know, 10, 15, 20 years. They've started here and retired here. And it takes a lot of time to build up a lot of that knowledge of just where everything is, how everything operates, what everything does, because we have so many different things we do. We have a low number of staff for the workload that we have. Same number of technical staff since 2014. While the county has grown, I was trying to find some statistics, and I didn't really find a good number of how many employees and buildings and departments and stuff we've added since 2014. And of course, the whole IT and security landscape is completely different than it was 10, 12 years ago. Security is so much more prevalent or necessary thing that we have to focus on in the background to keep us safe from ransomware attacks and things like that. With the small number of staff we have and the workload, a position vacancy or someone on leave for more than a few days creates problems. Oftentimes we're having to put projects to the side, infrastructure background work to the side just to service the help desk, because that's, you know, what everybody calls and needs help to keep going. So we have to drop what we're doing, focus on the help desk to keep everybody else happy. And then a lot of that stuff just builds up in the background. The system admins are currently overloaded with work, with all the increasing cybersecurity demands and updates and adding computers and servers that we've had to do over the years. And we have no backup or assistance for the network administrator besides myself. So whenever somebody needs to go, he needs help with a project that requires more than one person to pull cable, install AV or stuff, we're pulling somebody from another area of the office to help with that, which then, of course, creates a backlog in the help desk if I pull a help desk tech, or creates backlog in system admins with their work if I have to pull one of them to do that kind of work. All right, next. And as I mentioned, we have a backlog of projects. We have aging equipment that we have update that needs to be installed. I'm just working on implementing newer technologies. Like we were hoping to implement Office 365 in some areas this year in this budget, and some more two-factor authentication. We hopefully will maybe get started with that later this year, with the departure of the 2 system admins, which are a lot of where that work would have been. I'm not sure if we'll get to that this year or have to start it next year. And like I mentioned, kind of behind the scenes work often gets put to the side to help maintain help desk service. And delayed updates and cybersecurity projects that we have to put to the side puts us at risk, because the sooner we can get to those type of projects, the more protected we are. And if we let them go too often, especially with AI coming out and doing all of, hackers are using AI as well, so they can find the vulnerabilities a lot faster than they used to in the past. They can exploit them a lot easier just by telling AI, hey, here, do this for me, and they can go out and exploit a vulnerability that we didn't have time to patch, basically. All right, next. And so my recommendations of what I think we need to do is create the new Network Admin 1 position. I believe this is already in the proposed budget. This is what I had initially requested from the judge at our initial meeting. They're going to, of course, provide assistance to the network engineer, and we're going to take over some network-related duties from the computer techs and system admins to help lighten their load a little bit, especially the system admins. We're going to take the cameras, security cameras, door access and stuff like that off of system admins and move them over into the networking area. Kind of after getting the news of losing the 2 system admins, Commissioner Garcia came and talked to me. I've talked to Commissioner Ort, and they basically encouraged me to put together this presentation explaining what we are and really what we need going forward long term. The Network Admin 1 was good for where we were before I was going to lose my 2 system admins. Losing one of the system admins that has been here almost 15 years also is going to put us a lot behind, because there's a lot of institutional knowledge and a lot of stuff that he knows and is good at that's going to take a lot longer to get a new person trained on and get them useful in that position. So we probably really need another computer tech position as well, just for the amount of workload we have. I collected some information from some of the other entities. I know we don't like to compare to the city a whole lot, but the city is very similar to us as far as the IT department is related. They're structured the same. They're managing the same number and types of technologies as we are. And the city operates with 12 employees in their IT department. Now, 2 of those are specialized to their, I believe, their SCADA water system, and one is a radio tech. So they're basically operating with 10 employees doing about the same work we're doing with 7 currently. All right, next. And so this would be the proposed organizational chart, just adding those 2 other positions in. Like I said, the Network Admin 1 is already in the proposed budget. Computer tech, an option there. I know if y'all are, it's probably a stretch to ask for another position this year. If we could get a little bit of extra help money and I could continue supplementing with that part-time employee that we have, willing to bring them in when as needed for a while until maybe next year, if we could look at doing that second computer tech position. And then the other issue we have with losing employees is our pay ranges are quite a bit lower than a lot of comparative IT positions. I've pulled some data from some of the other local entities, other governments in the state, and what I have as private averages. I just went out and looked at some current job openings for similar type positions. And so you can see, like, we're a computer tech, which this is last year's numbers, our midpoint plus 3%. We're paying $44,000 for a computer tech, where everybody else is, 50 to, mid 50s up to 60 that we're paying for those. And it kind of, the same is going all the way down. The thing is that we are quite a bit lower than most most comparable government entities in town, other governments, and just private sector job openings. Like most of the people we've lost are to private sector job openings that we've had, and they're going, getting better offers, basically. Go to the next one. And so what I would like to ask is that you allow us or give us basically some money to pay closer to the maximum of range. That would be without reclassifying, I guess, at this point, but just letting us pay closer to the max to get some of those positions closer to comparable positions in other entities, so we're not losing so many employees. And I know money isn't always the guarantee of that they're going to stay, but it's definitely helps. If you're looking at a job opening that's quite a bit more than what you're paying, sometimes it doesn't matter how much you like where you are. If you want to go to the next slide, I actually updated this based on what we had in the proposed budget with the 5% increases, and then I'm assuming, as you mentioned yesterday, that the 5% increase would also increase it to the maxes by 5%.
It would increase, well, as proposed, it would increase each segment of the tier, low, min, medium, and max.
Right.
So the whole thing would move up.
Right, and so that's kind of what I compared down there. Is I did the max with the plus 5% just to see what we're proposing, what the max would be, and then the recommendation. I'm not sure if that top line is actually correct, but kind of my recommendation is there, just basically kind of looking at the range of what everybody else pays and getting us somewhere closer to where we are. This doesn't necessarily have to be done in one.
Was this part of our discussion?
It
when
was.
we visited?
It was not.
Okay.
It came.
This does not look familiar.
No, it came about after what I had prepared during our discussion was before where I was losing those 2 employees, and then Commissioner Garcia came and talked to me about, why are we losing people? What's, what can we do? And I started gathering some more information. We'd gotten some information from the city on what they're paying beyond he'd gotten for me, and so I kind of put this together and talked to Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Ort about it, and they just encouraged me to, create this presentation to kind of show where we are, why we're losing the people, what we can do to help.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, Judge, I asked him, because I was curious why his turnover rate was so high. Now, I'm sure there's different factors that play in.
Yeah, everybody that leaves, it's a slightly different reason, but it's a lot of them have expressed.
What I was mostly concerned with was, what's the increase of work? How many more buildings, how many more computers, how many more of everything are you servicing? And have we increased that number of technicians?
That's right. I couldn't really find a good number. We don't have a whole lot of historical information on like how many computers we had in a particular year or anything like that, or without doing a whole lot of legwork on it. But when you look back, I mean, obviously in the last 12 years, we've added lots of employees, lots of buildings, new departments and things like that, and we've added basically no additional technical staff to handle that. We've just been absorbing that.
Okay, so when we talked to Judge Zeller, we agreed to go ahead and let you hire someone while you still had those technicians employed.
Yes, so the system admin 1 has already left. We're advertising for both the admin 1 and 2 right now. The admin 2, we're probably going to have him a couple months longer than we thought originally, so we're working on that. We haven't gotten a whole lot of applications for the admin 2. We've got 3 that we're contacting to try to set up interviews. Several of them are already making more or above what we're able to offer currently this year. And when they put on there what they're requesting, that's in the mid to high $30 an hour range for that, whereas what we're proposing, System Admin 2, is $34.50. Some of them are up to looking for up to $36 even to start. And so that's kind of where I came up with those recommendations of kind of where I thought some of those positions need to be competitive.
Well, I appreciate all the work you put into this, because I was very curious as to why you had that turnover.
And I understand this wasn't part of the initial budget presentation. It kind of came about after that, and so, you know, I certainly appreciate we're getting the new network admin one position. That will help us tremendously, and then, you know, anything else we can possibly do on getting closer to working towards
Okay.
some of
Gotcha.
this.
Okay.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
And then-
Yeah, and you're aware, Matt, where we sit now, tentatively, we're looking at that one new FTE. And then the increase is the same COLA proposed to other non-law enforcement. It's where we sit at the moment.
Yes, yeah, like I say, yeah, I understand, you know, and anything we can do would be a help, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt, appreciate you.
Did we hear from Health Department?
I don't think we reached out to Health Department with not knowing. how-
to come in at 3, so.
Yeah.
Oh, is it 3?
Yeah,
We take a
he's
little
at 3.
recess.
Yeah, let's,
Yeah, we'll do that.
let's do that. We'll take a recess and resume with the Health Department when David arrives.
Kenneth, don't touch the printer, you break them.
Lindy, yes, sir. Yeah, he signed it, and, yeah, so it said complete, done. I just sent you a copy for your own records, yeah. Okay, okay. And they send it to Kevin? I don't send it to Kevin, do I?
No, they send it to Kevin.
Okay.
And at the end, they send it back to me, so
Okay.
I can bring it to the commission.
Okay, okay. Yes, sir.
Probably, you know, tree bark and things like that.
I know we did not include the new FTE classification for,
So put still in mind.
okay, and then you had another request?
Yes, I had a classification for Shelby,
At least you have your own now.
which kind of moved me a little bit.
Was that a reclassification? over here. All right, we are coming out of recess at 2:56 p.m. and proceeding 4 minutes ahead of schedule. David, welcome. Sam, Kim, good to have y'all here. Looks like you've got a presentation here, David. You have the floor. What do we need to know?
Well, I appreciate it. So thanks for getting us in this afternoon to kind of go through the request. I first want to start out on a few of the slides in the presentation, just give a little background and overview, not really into detail of the department itself, but more so as it pertains to the general fund, what's funded in the general fund versus the grant funds that we have available. So if you go on the next slide. So historically, and I preface it with historically because we have some changes with a few grants this year, one large one, which we'll get into more details of here shortly. About 75% of our program costs are covered by and paid for grants. That's operational costs as well as salary fringe with those positions. And then about 25% paid for by the general fund. And I use the word core. It's kind of the best word I could think of. So that's going to be administration, environmental, nursing, some of those more traditional public health services. So those are going to be covered majority by general fund. And within those different divisions, in the administration division, we have a high percentage of 5 FTEs paid for with general fund along with the operational costs. There are some supplemental funds within that, composing of some program income, as well as grant funds from one of the grants that covers a portion of one of those or 2 of those FTEs that are covered within the administration division. Next, the environmental division. We've got a total of 10 FTEs. Yeah, still on that side, sorry. 10 FTEs in that position. A majority of those, I believe 7.5 are covered by local funds. There's a half position covered by grants, the RLSS grant, and then 2 positions that are covered by the FIG, the Public Health and Infrastructure grant currently. Finally, the nursing division, there's 3 FTEs that are covered by general funds and most of the operational costs there. We also receive funding from 3 other grants, the immunization grant, tuberculosis grant, and the FIG grant again with that division. Next slide, please. You'll see this chart, and a few of you have seen this already in the preliminary meeting. I really just want to kind of give a bit of an overview over the past 3 years of workload on some of these divisions, primarily nursing and environmental being the 2 local funded positions or local funded divisions. We've seen a pretty rapid increase, especially environmental. It's hard to calculate exactly what that workload increase looks like. That just incorporated basically lab tests, restaurant inspections, complaints, vector control hours, and started 2022 as kind of the net zero start, first full year after the pandemic. So we're looking at data after that, and that's been the increase year over year from that point. So if you look back to look at 2024 and 2025, you had a 119% increase in workload since 2022 and 2024, and then in 2025, 113% workload. You had a little decrease there. We had some slower growth, slower builds with home builds, so we have a few less OSSF systems being installed over this last couple of years. If you look in the nursing division, we also had a slight downturn since 2024, but still a net increase of about 30% from that 2022 time period. We've seen some decreases in vaccination rates that you could attribute to many things over this past year, which is a bit discouraging. And then I went ahead and threw in a few of the grant funded programs with WIC and Texas Home Visiting. We've seen some large increases, steady increases from WIC year over year, which I've presented in some previous Commissioners Court meetings to kind of show the increased workload. And one of the things I did want to highlight finally is that red line at the bottom. There's been 0 increase in FTEs over that time. We have not requested any additional positions that have taken on this workload. So with that, primarily looking at environmental as one division we have some concerns about as far as the amount of workload increase we've had since 2022 and not any additional FTEs. There may be some point in the very near future that something's got to give, either additional staff or we can reallocate perhaps some of the programming that's in that division. We've had some discussions offline that may solve that here in the near future, so we can talk about that at a later time. Okay, next slide. Real quick slide, just before we kind of get into some of the requests. This is something that the health departments across the United States use kind of to gauge the county health in general and what the status of the health in a county, and this is particularly in Texas. So you see an increase since 2019, an improvement, We've improved 36 total places in county health rankings, so it's an important increase, and it's our best ranking ever back in 2025. So it just shows the slow growth on health outcomes and health factors that they measure. The University of Wisconsin does this study, and it's shown a really a steady increase and improvement over the years since 2019. I think it was about a 20-some-odd% increase since then. So just a little background on the great job that the staff's doing. We're not going to take all the credit for this, obviously. This goes back to the healthcare system as well. So public health and acute healthcare working together on this to have this improvement for Victoria County. Okay, next slide. So again, I want to give some background real quick on kind of what we've looked at the past few years, our improvements as a program, as a staff, and then kind of which leads us to this year. So this year, you'll notice I've had quite a larger increase than I have in any other year due to a few things, and I'll address those here. So number one, the biggest obstacle that we're going to be looking at this year is going to be the conclusion of the Public Health Infrastructure Grant. If you recall back in 2020, I believe, we started the Public Health Workforce Grant. That was a 2 to 3 year grant, just depending on what time we started that, which then we're able to get a Public Health Infrastructure Grant off after that. That coincided with that. Will be ending in August of next year, August 1st of 2027. This allowed us to fund 5 positions. So there's 2 environmental positions, 2 nursing positions, and then 1 administration position or public relations. Those essentially, with the 2 environmental and 2 nursing, those pretty much got us to level staffing from the cuts we took back in like 2009. The only really additional add at that time was the public relations position. That was really a necessity after COVID, some of the challenges we had there. So that grant will be concluding basically August 1st of 2027. The next phase that we're going to look at, and I'll break these down a little further, is going to be staff retention and market competitiveness. And again, I'll break that a little more in detail, what we're trying to do. You know, obviously we've faced some challenges there. We're retaining staff and competing with different markets here in the area, especially in healthcare. Some of the biggest challenges we've faced trying to recruit new nurses, new clinical staff, and retain those once we do get them. And then finally, it's going to be an establishment of Chronic Disease and Education and Services Center. This is going to be kind of an offshoot of the HOG grant. The HOG grant is concluding this year, at the end of this year, basically using the infrastructure from the Community Resource Center and turning that into more of a chronic disease services and education center. Next slide, please. So the way that breaks down financially and fiscally, we had a total of $5,000 in increased revenue, so we did have some good news there, primarily due to an increase in international travel vaccines, rabies vaccines, our lab fees, and some grant indirect cost increases. We did manage to find about $32,000 in decreased expenditures, which will help with this request. That was partially due to the pay period change from last year, as well as some grant-funded positions that we're able to save some money there on as well. However, in total, we're looking at about a $245,000 in increased expenditures, and I'll break that down here in a bit, and you'll see where those are attributed to, which leaves a net requested increase of $208,400. Next slide, please. So starting out, these are the personnel costs from the FIG grant. So these are the 5 positions that I discussed previously. We've got 2 nursing staff positions on that grant, 2 environmental staff, and 1 public relations staff. That is going to cover for the 5 months that we have left in funding. We have funding currently that'll take us through the end of July, and then so we'll need some supplemental funding to go from August 1 to the end of next fiscal year or next calendar year to fund these positions.
So we're not sure if they're gonna re-up this?
That's a great question, and yes, I will address that here. Yes, yeah, no, I'm glad you asked that, and that's something here that'll come up in a bit. So there's 2 things. Something new just came up as of like end of last week. So that's going to be the initial cost. The $102,800 is going to cover those 5 months for that grant. Next slide, please. Next one is going to be the operating expenses for the FIG grant. About $25,000. That's going to be training, travel, contract services, supply budgets, not only for FIG grant, but that's also incorporates some other increases year over year that we'll have with the nursing and environmental and administration divisions. That's going to be grouped in there. And then we have about $36,000 for 5 vehicle leases. So that grant didn't allow us to purchase vehicles. We had to lease them. So there's 3 environmental vehicles that we're, three environmental vehicles that we lease for inspectors to go out in the field and do their job. We also had 2 that'll eventually be signed to administration. They were for the Community Resource Center, the Community Engagement Grant, and then Public Relations had one initially, but we're looking at reclassifying those and shifting them over to other grants. But currently, not having that in writing from those other grants yet, I have to assume that we'll take on those costs within administration at this time. But we are looking to decrease that expense. Next slide, please. So I guess the second piece of this, going from FIG, is going to be for retention that I mentioned earlier in market competitiveness for that current staff. So currently, we're looking at 1 individual administration, 1 environmental, and then 4 nursing division. You'll see it's pretty heavily weighed in nursing, primarily due to trying to compete with those acute healthcare centers here, physicians, and those other agencies that we're just not competitive right now for those licensed nurses and physicians. The plan really is to kind of break this down over the next 5 to 10 years and trying to bring in, 5% to 10% of the workforce into each of these requests and slowly try to build that up. So right now, obviously, currently, we're funded mostly to the midpoint. So eventually, with tenure, we want to try to bump those up. We're not trying to max everybody out by any means, but at least try to get them above midpoint, especially if they're those tenured staff that have been here. We have a lot of tenured staff. Sam and I were just talking earlier, that 10 to 20-year mark that we're trying to bump up and retain those for the long term. Next slide, please. And the third piece of this is the establishment of the Chronic Disease Resource Center. We've had some conversations in years past and the needs that were brought to us. We noticed from the community health assessment and discussions with healthcare providers, the hospitals here, the amount of indigent care and uninsured care that the hospitals are taking on. Individuals that are using the ER as their primary care provider, which leads to a lot of losses in indigent care. So I did look at, there's a few stats here that kind of show the need here in Victoria specifically. Currently we have about a 40% higher rate of preventable hospital stays. And that's what this the Community Disease Resource Center will look, or Chronic Disease Resource Center will look at doing, and look at providing some preventative care for these chronic conditions that'll help individuals stay out of the hospital and using the ER as that primary care physician. About 20% of individuals under 65 are uninsured. That's about twice the U.S. rate. So that's another piece we're looking at. We're looking at being able to take those those individuals that may be underinsured or uninsured. And then also currently the Community Resource Center attempts to get individuals insured on Medicaid or Medicare if they are eligible. And also 30% of the Victoria County's Medicare coverage rate currently is about 30% lower than the state of Texas. So that goes in with those issues with uninsured and underinsured as well. Next slide. Finally, here's kind of how the numbers break down. This is very, very conservative asks for this program, just because there's a lot of unknowns now. Really, ideally, we need at least 1 person to get this started to be able to be fully dedicated to that. That's funding a community health worker. This individual currently is funded on the HOG grant. So they have the community health worker certification. They have the skill sets already to work with the public. They understand how the system works to be able to help and serve those patients and clients that do come in. And then also there's a portion of the program manager that's currently covered under a HOG grant that we would supplement with, or just continue that funded under the general fund to provide a program manager over that division. And $18,200 provide those direct services. And here's a list of kind of just some the general services that we'll look to provide includes medication assistance, labs, medical transportation, identification documents. Again, that's a very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? A very low number essentially to get things started off the ground, conservative numbers that I was looking at. And I'll touch here a little bit on the next slide if you go on to that. How we look at sustaining this program in the future. So I'm going to work a little backwards on this. I'm just going to stay on the topic of chronic disease. So if you look at that third piece, ideally we love to have this chronic disease center self-funded by 2029. That may be a pretty aggressive ask. However, we're looking at using charity care billing as well as other partnerships we've been working towards. We've had discussions with both Citizens Medical Center, DTAR, and Texas A&M on how we can further these partnerships for them to provide resources, staffing, and funding possibly at some point for us to be able to make this a sustainable, self-funded program. A large portion of that will hopefully come through charity care. There's some definitely obstacles we have to work through, being that we don't have a physician on staff if we're able to borrow essentially or staff a mid-level, a resident, a physician, to be able to build some of these services through charity care, then hopefully we could realize those expenditures and keep that get that self-funded, hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years.
Are you talking about charity care? Is that in relation to Medicaid or?
Yes, it's part of Medicaid. It's a federal Medicaid funding. Initially, they were provided through for mental health resources, but they opened that up for public health probably about 5 years ago, I think it was. We really don't have a lot of services. We actually did start charity care already to kind of get the ball rolling in nursing. We're not going to have any huge profits from that right now, but we at least wanted to get that program established to be able to have the ability to start billing, and then we can grow those services out over time.
No, that'd be great to have that going because like you indicated, a lot of your, people who crash into the ER, chronic related. It's going to be diabetics or somebody with hypertension, things like that, so definitely.
Those are some of the biggest issues, just speaking with the hospitals, what they're seeing. And looking at a hospital stay for somebody who has just a COPD or, a heart disease, you're looking at what, in 5 figures easy, $10,000 to $20,000. And if we can help prevent that with some $20 medications and a couple $100 labs, we're, pennies on the dollar, able to prevent them from getting into the ER and costing that indigent care for the hospital. So it's tough to really put a dollar amount right now. We've asked for some data. We're writing up some additional data to help kind of certify, what the ask is and what that ratio, that dollar ratio will be, or that benefit ratio. Another thing, and I'll kind of, again, working backwards, we're working on increasing our Medicaid billing claims. Traditionally, public health in general, by far, we are not Medicaid or insurance billing experts. It's not something we've ever really had to do. But it's something we're looking at getting better at across the state. The TACHO, Texas Association of City and County Health Officials, has entered into a grant and agreement with former HHSC commissioner on Medicaid billing, so she's going to be able to be a consultant for us. We're not paying, as a local entity, anything for that. State organization is funding that. We're going to be able to get expertise on them on trying to get better at billing, more efficient, and be able to realize some of those some of that money that we're not able to bill for right now because there are either credentialing issues, there's code issues, something on that end that we're trying to figure out. So it's going to be a big improvement we see coming, which is going to be realized revenues that we haven't had previously. And finally, but importantly, so 2 pieces, and there's actually an addition to this as of last Thursday. So we've had, but there's nothing in writing yet. First off, there's a possible second round of FIG funding. We've heard from both the state and the feds. So we were on a call with interim commissioner DSHS 3 weeks ago. There was several mentions of a round 2 FIG funding, but we don't have anything in writing from the state or the feds yet. So again, I can't confirm that. We also got an email last week from the state asking if we did need any more money to finish out our year. So evidently they have some funding left over from this first round that should be available to us as well, that hopefully we can at least take us from August 1 through November 30th, which is when the term ends. Okay. So that'll help knock down that $140,000, the $104,000, or plus the $40,000 request for salary and operating expenses. So if we're able to supplement that funding, I don't know if it's going to be the full amount or partial, but we sent in a request for that as well. So that ideally, if we do get that supplemental funding, that could cut this request in half.
Okay.
So that would be, again, I'm assuming the worst, however, coming for the full ask now because we don't have anything in writing, and obviously if we don't have it in writing, then it's not there.
True.
With that, any questions?
I have a question for the judge. Just trying to understand this salary orders that are here. Judge, is any of this split with the city, or is that directly all us?
Health Department, no, that's all us, yeah. What's not grant funded is paid from the general fund.
Okay. And the line item 1140, that's a total? That's it?
Let me pull that up. What is that line item?
Commissioner, which one are you referring to?
1140.
What page is that, Commissioner?
292.
Okay.
The reason I'm asking is sometimes that's a salary that's listed, and there's some other supplemental salaries that go in with that. That's why I'm asking, is that a total salary?
I'm still searching for the line item.
Oh,
The salary director on
631.
292, 1140, Judge.
Okay, 1140. I don't believe that is supplemented.
Okay. So that's what we pay, period. Okay.
Unless I'm missing, Madison is there?
yeah, 100%, mine, yeah, 100%
Okay.
local,
Okay.
100%.
All right.
If that's the question, yes.
Well,
For
the
the
reason
four-
I asked that, David, because I'm looking at the one for 1125 for the epidemiologist.
Mhm.
Where's that come in from?
That's, go ahead, Sam, you're good. Yeah. So, she's used to answer the question. So the current epidemiologist is grant funded salary. However, if you're talking about the one that was on local funds, that was supplemental. There was sorry, let me get to the mic. Previously, I'm not sure how, because that goes back to H-1B visa pays. So I'm not sure how much in detail.
So that is supplemented somewhere in this.
That one was, but it doesn't need to be anymore.
Okay.
Because the federal requirement is no longer there. If you don't have an individual that has H-1B visa, the requirement for a basement pay is not, floor pay is not there.
Okay.
Basically, right, I'm looking at you, yeah.
Those were the two questions I had, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was curious about the part that the salary, that the four positions that are highlighted, that those numbers didn't match with the numbers he put up on there. If I was looking at the right thing, that's highlighted, 631, 1113, 1201, and 115.
This is the certified medical assistant, special projects, public relations
That's
director,
it.
community health worker, and public health communications.
Yeah, so I'll help explain that a little bit. So the CMA, Special Project Public Relations Director, and those two are FIG. There are also, with that, there is also a nurse that is not a new salary line item, as well as two inspectors that are included in pre-existing salary line items that are going to be from FIG. So those line items already exist, so that's where those were factored in the above line items. So they're probably, where was it? So 1154, it's going to be built in there.
And 1163.
There you go.
Okay,
So that's just the addition, that's what the part that we budget in addition to the grant that's paid?
No, that's what this year will need to be covered by local funds because previously it was covered by the grant.
So the long and short of it with this budget, in general, the health department's primarily funded through grant funding, state, federal grants, which is pretty typical. But there's also a local portion that we pay.
Right.
I think it was about 75-25, you said, David?
Historically, yes, this skews it a bit. Yeah.
Okay, the change this year is that PHIG grant is going away for at least 5 months, and so the amount that we normally pay, that we normally transfer in, is increasing by about $315,000. Because we supplement, or we fund our share of the health department through a transfer in. It was about $1 million. What is it at? I was mostly looking at the net increase of $315,000. That's largely attributable to that grant going away. And then I guess whether or not that funding returns remains to be seen. But the impact to our budget is the grant going away, and then also health insurance costs that are higher in all of the departmental budgets. That's a big chunk of this also, because the health department is one of our larger departments, roughly 60 FTEs, and we have seen a big health insurance increase. So that's really what's driving the year-over-year increase.
So to that, I hate to throw this in there as well. With the possibility, I'm not sure where we're at in the budget. The first I heard was yesterday as far as the cost of living. So keep in mind, so cost of livings traditionally, when those increases come across, they're provided to our local funded positions. So 25% of our positions are funded. So the 75% of the other positions, we have to manage within the grants, which has become tricky over the years because a lot of those grants we have been level funding for 20 years on a lot of those. So this year may be a bit of a challenge with that. Sam and I talked a little bit briefly about it, so it's gonna be tricky. So not knowing when I initially developed this budget that was coming, which understandably so, there may be something in there that we may have to figure out how that's gonna work too. And that with the year-over-year health insurance increases, which as employees, we greatly appreciate, obviously taking on those year over year. But that does create some budget challenges to those grant positions.
So what you're saying is with some of the grant positions, the grant won't cover a 5% increase. So if that is to occur, the general fund would have to supplement that in all or in part, if that is to happen, right?
Basically, yes.
Okay, and we don't have an idea yet to what that number might be.
No, not,
Okay.
I just, yeah.
Okay. Do we know which grants in particular that would be a challenge in?
Yes. That's all of them essentially. We don't really have, there may be a few that's a little bit, but some of these grants, one, they're so tight already with salary fringe and then the operational expenditures. Very,
because people are also, it's the people that are in the grants that are also here they've been here for 20 years, so.
Okay.
The benefits to the employees.
eat up a lot of that money as well, which is, again, it's part of it. It's not a bad thing for them, obviously.
Okay,
It's
so we would need to identify specifically what that amount is to know whether or not it's possible to pay that, I guess. We would need to know that number.
And that's why you kind of see, if you look in detail on some of these grants, you'll see one position that has 13% from this funding source, 28% from this funding source, and what is that, 61% from another funding source. So we've had it just over the years, try to solve these little puzzles with, providing these supplements.
Okay. Is that, who can track down that number most readily? Sam, would that be you, or is that Michelle? Okay.
Yeah, we can get.
We know what we're looking for, right?
Yes, we can get it together, yeah.
Okay.
We can get it together.
Yeah, we do need that, and I guess the sooner the better, which I know is a bit of a time crunch, but yeah, just as soon as we can get that number, that'll help inform our decision on
We could throw some guesstimates out there, but.
how
it won't be
this,
too far off.
all this jigsaw puzzle comes together.
The next few days is okay? Tomorrow?
Does tomorrow work?
Well, tomorrow is the next couple of days, so.
Well, yeah.
It's the next day. Nurse is coming. I was trying to give it till Thursday or Friday, but yeah.
Yeah, no, we would need, ideally by tomorrow.
It would be just
Yeah.
to assume that we're not,
Lisa Brockman.
you wanted to find out whether there's any variation of these grants, whether they would cover some of that.
Yes, because,
It's gonna be quite a bit.
Yeah.
yeah, this budget doesn't, what we're paying is in the transfer into the health department. That transfer in doesn't cover the grant-funded positions if a COLA applies to those roles, from what I understand.
Correct.
Okay.
Unless they're partially funded with local.
And if in that case, there'd be a part of the COLA, not the whole thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a key number, and I guess a decision we'll have to, something we'll have to figure out. But yes, Sam, as soon as you can decipher what that number might be, that would be very helpful to know.
Yeah, take your time, but we need it tomorrow.
That's about right, yes. Okay. Very good, very good. What else do we need to know, David?
Anything else that we didn't? I think that covered pretty much everything. I'm looking at Sam for last minute things. Yeah, I think that's everything, yeah, for the most part. Available for questions if you have them. I'll be out of town the next few days, but y'all know how to get a hold of me on cell.
Okay. Excellent.
Sure, yeah, I think anybody will help.
We could get a pretty good ballpark just from that number.
Mhm.
Um,
No.
Okay. Any other questions for David and the crew?
Nope.
All right, David, Sam, Kim, thank y'all very much.
Very good. Thank y'all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Okay. It looks like we have a tentative number on the sheriff's office discussion. Are Yanni, Madison, are y'all able or ready to look at that sheriff's office? I know a couple of these may pertain to specific individuals that if we get into in-depth, we may need a closed session, but in general, if I understand this correctly, what we were looking to find is the budget impact of implementing the civilian raises, increases over and above what the COLA is built in. We had the COLA built in, but the SO had requested some amounts over and above that. If all of those were granted, what would it cost? And that number is roughly 28,000? Okay, so when we plugged in 40 as a placeholder, overshot a little bit. Oh, okay, so we're 23% on top of that, so, okay, overshot somewhat. And then I guess just the question would be from an HR standpoint, for the ones that are pushed apparently above the max amount, the justification for that, if I understand correctly. Okay. Okay. All right. We will probably need to visit with the sheriff in a closed session about the specific employees that pertains to, which we can do. Are there other items in open session we need to address? I know we heard from IT. A lot of that, as I noted, was not discussed when I visited IT originally. Clearly, what's in the budget is the one position and the 5% proposed COLA, not those additional amounts and that second position. Let's see here. Okay, so, anything else in open session we need? Okay, all right, well, that being the case, we will go into, where is my agenda? We will go into closed session now at 3:30 PM for 551074 to discuss personnel in various departments. on this side. Okay, we are coming out of closed session at 4:15 PM. Tomorrow morning, we will be back and resume at 10 AM. I do anticipate that right when we arrive at 10 AM, we'll go back into closed session, just as an FYI for those watching online. But for now, we will stand adjourned and be back here at 10 AM tomorrow.